back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for joining the live stream. And Jen, thank you for sending people over. Guys, you got to go check out Jen's live. She did a really great live tonight, kind of talking about the same stuff that we're going to talk about tonight, because there was a few bombshells that were let off today in Elevated Truth's channel. Um, so it was a really, really long live, and there were a bunch of topics that were discussed. But one of the topics that came about was Sebastian Rogers' case. So we're going to go over some of that, and then I'm working on putting together a video because we kind of had to piece everything together, work all together, which is the best way to do it, really, in my opinion. But we were just, kind of scrambling. I don't know why they're, I don't know why people do a live stream and take it down. Um, and that's the reason why I put stuff up is, and I talked about this the other day, oddly enough, but I put it up to kind of, make sure that people can refer back to it and stuff like that. Like if somebody wanted to watch the video again or hear a certain interview again, see what was said. That's kind of what I want for the channel, so people would go back and review and remember case details, and kind of, documentation is a big thing to me. And we've just talked about that just recently. So I don't know why people do that, but apparently that was done today. And I was in the middle of, getting some of it, because here's the thing. We all have talked to different sources in Sebastian's case. I've spoken with Seth a few times. I've also, um, watched all of Katie and Chris's interviews. I think I got all of them. There was one that happened with, I think it was like a barbecue lady and Tammy, and I had never heard it. Like, I heard it maybe like, 9 months after it actually came out. So, and thank you, Witchy Mama. So, um, I don't catch everything, right? But I think I've caught a lot of it. But Elevated Truth and Cluminati and a few other people, apparently Granny's watching, have all spoke to Chris and Katie Proudfoot. And, I don't think that is so bizarre, just because in like Devlin Tate's case, I tried to talk to as many people that would talk to me. I wasn't, trying to be buddy buddy. I was just kind of trying to be a support, especially, like to Devlin's mom. I thought that she needed some support. Um, I've tried to be a support to anybody who is in that case. So I kind of understand that, right? Because I was trying to stay neutral, even though it's not easy to stay neutral. Um, so that's not weird to me or bizarre, but these people have talked to Chris and Katie, and some of them seem to be more friendly. But I am friendly with Seth, because I see how hard he's fighting to find Sebastian. I see that he just wants to find him, and I just think it's in some of our natures to be supportive of people. And again, I understand that completely. It's a major trigger warning tonight, because some of the things that were shared are really disturbing. And, I don't like, I understand that. And I will call you Elevated Truth tonight, because I am using your content and I appreciate the content. Um, because I know that you don't like me, and I know, that I don't like you either. Right? The feeling is mutual, but we can all put stuff aside in order to find Sebastian, because I think it's going to take everybody. Because again, I have never talked to the Proud Fee, and nor do I want to, right? Because I feel like I would just Like, my opinion is already biased. I see that Katie is out with, stepfoot. They're having a good old time. I see what Seth does. He's not having a good old time. Um, I'm not saying that nobody should ever laugh or anything, joke around until Sebastian's found. But we listened to the live stream on Queen Bee's last night, and just going over it again, knowing what we know now, it just hits different. We have a different point of view that we're looking at this situation from, knowing more information that we knew before. Um, and there's Monkey's flyer, Michael Monkey Vaughn, missing from Fruitland, Idaho. Also, Witchy Mama, thank you so much. Summer Wells's flyer. If you guys want to pass these flyers out or send them digitally, here's the links to them. This is Devlin Tate. I was just talking about him missing out of Lake Odessa, Michigan. And then, of course, our Sebastian Rogers. So Sebastian's been missing for 2.5 years, and with time and pressure on a situation, the truth always kind of comes out whether you like it to or not. I mean, we could hide the truth for a long time, but it's always going to kind of trickle out, right? And I don't know what that is, besides divine intervention is my only explanation, because as a Christian, I do believe in God. So I'm like, okay, it's all going to come out, right? Uh, so, little Miss Sharon, it's so good to see you. And so we're seeing that. We're seeing that now. Christy is here. Hey, Christy. Hey, love, Mama Love. Good to see you, and good to see you, Barb. Thank you for being here. I know you guys. I appreciate you guys when you come for the night shows. Um, so Lady Freedom has been eaten by dragons. Oh my gosh, Seth! I didn't even expect that. I just pop it up, Ron Burgundy it, read it right off the prompter. Oh geez. Hey, my PTSD. So good to see you. Barb says she wants a shield. Oh, I love you, Barb. That's so cute. Oh, we'll have to get you a shield, Barb. um, so this is an interesting live, I think. I didn't get all of it. I'm going to be working on a video when I get off a live that will have pretty much all the important talking points. This is a tough one for me because I am tenderhearted, and you guys know that. You guys know that. So I don't care who finds Sebastian as long as he's found. I don't care who finds him. And to know that um, people are trying to look for Sebastian and are feeling some guilt, if what I'm seeing is on my initial reaction is correct, it seems like this is something that Elevated Truth has been holding on to. And like I said, I don't care what he thinks of me, if he hates my guts, if he's neutral now, if some of it has calmed down or whatever. For me, I don't hate anybody. And when I see a human person and I'm listening to that person, I'm going to come up with my own conclusions to whatever is being said. And as YouTubers or personalities, when we come up here, we're typically trying to make a statement. And he gets really pissed off and, it is really angry about this. And as I said, the reason I'm saying I think he's held on to it for so long was because this has been going on and has been discussed since I was driving home for Pig Fest, and that was what, October of 25? I believe it was like October of 25. So today my head is spinning because when we get new information like this, it takes me a minute to process it. I like to think about it. I'm an analytical kind of a person when it comes to especially this type of content. right? Because I see a person up there who seems like they want to talk and they want to say things publicly. Now, he says that he's gone to law enforcement with it, but I do think that the FBI should probably speak to the people that spoke to the Proudfoots. I just do. Hey, Jen. Hello, hello, Jen. And thank you so much for being here. You know, So I'm going to get really behind in the chat. I hope I'm saying hello to everyone. Liberty, thank you so much. Cinderella is here. And Janet, thank you so much for subbing up. I'm so glad. And good, you're a good candidate for night court because you're behind me in the schedule and I go late. So, but it's nice though, because not a lot of other people do except for Josh. I know Josh goes late. And sometimes, if I'm lucky, I can sit in the bushes after my live and watch him. Kiki, so good to see you, Kiki. Do you know what is going on? Oh my goodness, girl. I know you are busy. I saw your post. I hope your kiddos are feeling better. Um, so Jen says the dark moon returned for Sebastian today. Yeah, I said something like F the dark moon. Like the dark moon. I don't like hearing that when you say the dark moon is on the rise, or I don't know if I said that right. It gets me a little worried. Hey, Mom Marissa, good to see you. So hello, Deborah Dixon, good to see you as well. Welcome in, guys. So this is going to be interesting. Aw, thank you, Kiki, for the jewels. You guys are so sweet. Hey, Linda, or blah. Hello. Hey, Linda. No, I meant to say Lisa. Hey, Lisa, good to see you. And Cajun, hey, good to see you. So, well, and that's what I'm hoping that doesn't happen, Liberty, because look, like they really need to do the right thing for Sebastian. So that's going to be my plea for anybody who knows information. Just get it over to the FBI as quickly as you can. Whatever whatever you can. But if we are assuming that he did go and turn all of this information in to the proper places, like all the places, right? I'm not just saying FBI, but Sumner County. Although, I mean, I wouldn't have gone to a demonstration if I didn't feel like they were, you know, if they were behaving properly, doing what they're supposed to be doing, investigating, in fact, leaving no stone left unturned, right? Because that's what Eric Craddock promised all of us. Like, and damn me for actually believing him at first. Hey, Shadow. Hey, Coffee Crime and Cats. Good to see you guys. So it's kind of a shame on me type of thing at this point because I've tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. And also, I didn't want to sound crazy up here and be like, well, law enforcement is, hiding what happened. They're not really doing anything. Like, because that sounds crazy because, you usually think that the police officers are doing their job. But because of the DCS reports and everything and them having involvement, that's what really makes me think that, you know, they covered something up here because I've always said, what kind of dirt could Chris and Katie possibly have on Sheriff Craddock, and why would he ruin his life for these two? It's always been my question. What dog does he have in the fight? And that's one question I would have if I ever saw him, even though he probably wouldn't answer me because they weren't even acknowledging us. They wouldn't even look at us. My PTSD, that's why we get along so well because we're both Sagittarius. Hey, Sandy, good to see you. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Jilly is here. Hey, Jilly, we got both of our Jills are here. Yay. Hello, Detroit Rock City. Good to see you. So we were supposed to do a part 2 on the schools tonight, but then, this transpired. So Mom Marissa says, lady, for those who are in this to find the missing, there's no number ones, only love for these missing kids. Exactly, Mama Marissa. Like, it's just to the point where if you know something, just do something, just say something at least. And I just, well, I said it last night too. I just feel like if they have information, why wouldn't they tell? You know, and they're saying they did tell. So what is the holdup? In maybe if maybe it needs to go to the FBI. I don't know. So, oh, good, Kiki. Hey, lover girl, good to see you. Oh, I'm so excited about the Chris McDonough tomorrow night. Oh my goodness, I'm so excited about that. Um, yes, so we shall see how everything goes on there and what the topics will be and everything. I'm so excited. I'm so excited because I'm just hoping it's not a dead end because Sumner County Sheriff's Office will allow for them to come in, the Cold Case Foundation, that is, and because it really hits my heart because I think Chris McDonough is a fantastic person to do, you know, alive with Seth, and then on Sebastian and work his case. Um, so, and Joni is here. Good to see you, Joni. Hey, Peggy. Yeah, welcome in, guys. Okay, so let's get started. Well, I can kind of get caught up in the chat a little bit. Hey, SI Officer, and couponing is here. Hey, Super Sleuth. So, okay, good. I got caught up a little bit. I think if I didn't say hello to you, just shout out again, yell at me. Um, okay, so this is going to be Elevated Truth podcast today. And he's gonna start out. He gets pretty PO'd right here.
You know what? Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. I'm wrong. Everything I've said's wrong. I am a liar. And yeah, this has all just been, one big act. You know. Y'all win. Y'all win. It's cool. You're right. I'm a liar. I'm a liar. I'm a horrible person. You win. I ain't got no more receipts for you. I ain't got nothing else for you. I got nothing else for you. Okay? You're right. I'm all the things you say I am. Okay? Y'all got
That was on. I was using something different than I typically use. Okay, and I think it might have been some kind of issue, like because she's
You
upset.
fucking got it. Good job, y'all.
Oh,
Good job. Good fucking job. Yep. You're right. I'm the problem. You're right. I'm the problem.
And it
Yep.
does buffer a little bit here, and then I think it cuts out. I think that is on. I don't think it's on my end, but I think he cuts out for a second here, and I didn't get a chance to edit this because it's something different, like I said, that I don't usually use. Yeah, Jenna, I wasn't expecting that again because I only watched this once before, so I was trying to kind of see what all I was able to get because.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the problem. You're right. You're right.
Okay, guys. So I did try to leave this a little bit, and I guess I should put some context in here. So this is from a really long live, and it was. I don't really want to get into what it was concerning. I guess I will just say that from what I have heard on the YouTube streets, there is another creator that is well, that has engaged in a relationship with Steven Stearns, whatever the hell that creeper's name is. And that is the step or mom's boyfriend to Maddie Soto, right? That passed away by his hands. And he was also grooming and hurting her. And just an awful, awful, awful situation. The mom allowing for it, and then the other creator was doing some really questionable, I suppose, things with Stefan as a pen pal, while he was, I don't know if it was while he was in there, while the trial was going on. I want to say that was something about maybe when the trial was going on too and after. Either way, that was like the first part of this live. And he's already mad about that situation, and then he takes a break and then he comes back, um and then this happens. So but again, this has been going on for a really long time. Like, it's a couple months shy of when it was all brought up, last year. So I don't know what has prompted this. Like, I couldn't tell you. I don't even know if I should guess yet, because I'm still putting all the pieces together. And once everything is together about anything pertaining to Sebastian, it might make a little bit more sense. And again, that's why I like to process things through. And um, I just want to say too, Sebastian's Army is a great bunch of people. You guys are always working to, put the puzzle pieces together. And I just wish that all of us might be able to work like that. But um, I don't know. Yeah, I don't do well with violence. And it doesn't matter like who it is, because I have post traumatic stress, and that will invoke a fight or flight in me. And it's always the fight response, because that's what happens. Like, sometimes you can't choose that, and that's the thing about PTSD. So I couldn't probably work directly with someone who does fly off the handle like this, because I would probably like freak out. And um yeah. Trigger warning. Thank you, little Miss Sharon, and thank you, Jen. Thank you guys for putting those the trigger. It's a trigger warning. It would be a trigger warning to me. But here's the thing: we don't all have to work together like that. We could still all work together to find Sebastian, right? People can work independently. Their group, if they're working to find Sebastian, then good. We all need to be. He needs everybody. The pressure needs to be on. And if people are seeing and understanding the ramifications, maybe, or maybe it's just really been eating at them, and it's just all of this coming out, and coming to the surface again. Maybe it is just about get putting the truth out there because you're holding on to it, and it's a terrible burden, and nobody deserves to carry that burden. That's not a friend that would put a burden like that on you. And I think maybe that's why he's also pissed off, right? Because maybe they did get to know Chris and Katie on a closer level. I don't know. Like I said, it's purely speculative since I don't know the relationship. I'm not friends with any of these people. Um, so yeah, he will go out, and he has come out and said things too before um about this subject of Katie looking like she was with child and saying that it wasn't Chris's, and that she would do things with her son. And like, that really breaks my heart for Sebastian. Like, yeah. So the fact that like truth had to come apart here or whatever is nothing compared to what is going to be said.
You're right. I'm the problem. 100% right. Yep. I'm the problem. I'm the liar. I came onto social media, and then all of a sudden, social media went to hell. Everything is more important, unless, of course, it has to do with you. So, you win. You're right. You're right. Petty AF, perfect. Perfect. Not into any fuck shit at all. UA Crimson Tide. Nope. Didn't say she came by my house. Didn't say she drove by my house. Didn't say she knew where my house was. Nope. I don't have any screenshots of that. Nope. Sure don't. Nope. I lied about it. I'm lying about all of it. Yep. I'm also lying about the fact that Granny and BJ or Granny and Nonsense and Jay for Justice absolutely said that Chris Proudfoot was trying to fuck him. Sure, I'm lying about that too. I'm lying.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. So, Chris, I mean, now this is not surprising. This is something that we've heard before. Chris is liking to flirt with all the ladies, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He just. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm not faulting him because of that. I'm faulting him because he's married. But then we're going to find out that there is more to it. And, we all were talking about it yesterday because of the pineapple stuff and pineapples and ho, 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 pineapple party and this and that, because, and you guys can go, Google it, y'all. You guys can go look up what that is. It's like, swinging. But just not in the playground. Right. So, and I've said from the beginning, I don't care what, like, I don't care. I don't want to know people's life like that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to hear about it. I feel like someone was going to start talking on it all the time, but he wanted to come out. Well, I mean, you know, Kiki, I just don't know why he won't just spill the beans, and don't worry about what anybody else is going to say. But the thing is that he did tell Granny something, and that was the issue. So he felt like, I don't know. Again, we got to keep it forward about Sebastian. We just got to keep it forward about him. Um, what information can help us find him, and I think that Chris and Katie have the answers. If the the proper people were to question them. Hey, Rodney, good to see you. If those people, yeah, yeah, if because they were saying it last night when we were watching them, you know, they were saying that, and we kind of knew it, right? So, but I've always wondered why he would think that when he mentioned it in October of last year. Why would he be thinking that about, Katie? Hey, Betty, but he kind of got cut off and sidetracked when he was talking about that too. And then J is for Justice did come in as an alt account, and then that stuff blew up, right? So I just hope that people are not using this um, like as into like put themselves in the spotlight, so to speak. I mean, we've seen that in other cases. So I'm hoping that this isn't just all for content, but it's hard to believe that it is because it just feels like it just seems to me that it's been weighing on him and it's coming out now, in my opinion. But we'll see. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I think I clicked off the wrong thing here. You guys just can see my StreamYard lab. Sorry. Oh gosh, I don't even know where I was on that. See what happens when I use new technology. This is what we get with it. This is what we get. All right. So let me go over to this. Oh. All right. Hold on. Let me grab it for you guys before. Let me stop and see if that helps. And let me get it to the part that we need it. Oh, I just didn't let it stay long enough. Okay. Let's see. I apologize. Oops, sorry guys. I'm trying to get there. All right, I got it. I got it. Okay, hold on. Let me share this. My apologies. I must have double clicked on something and it just goes whoop. All right, so here we go.
Fact that the reason I asked the goddamn question is because a certain mother of a child said that she had a code word for her son to tell her when he needed to go please himself. Yeah.
Okay. Um, that is awful. Um, we do need to find the truth, Betty. So this is sad. And this is, I guess, why he asked the question. So he's like, "Do you want to know why I asked the question about Katie and Sebastian having a child together?" Um, is because there was a code word. Now, Katie has said a lot of weird stuff about Sebastian in that regard that I don't quite understand because I think it's embarrassing, and I wouldn't want my mom to say that stuff like ever, and I wouldn't say it about my daughter. So I don't know if boys are different. I don't, Jen, you're a boy mom. There we go. We got a boy mom. If we have boy moms, Jen says I've never had to tell my son to tell me when he needed to pleasure himself. My God. See, that's what I was thinking, but I was like, and I would never tell anybody that, especially if they're missing. Like, why does that? Why is it is weird? Hey, Kylie Ray, it's weird. It is so weird. No, there's still no movement in his whereabouts, Brandy. No movement in the whereabouts. Yeah, it's just really odd. Like she was alluding to the fact of on Smiley that's why she didn't go check on Sebastian was because you can imagine what a 15-year-old boy might be doing in there by himself. Like I knew Katie was creepy. She brought up these topics several times. Yes, she did love a girl. There was no reason for it ever. Real mothers do not talk about that. Exactly. Like I would be mortified if my mom said something like that. I mean, it's natural. Everybody does it. I mean, but it's like, really? Absolutely not. Boys' moms do not do that. Thank you, lover girl. Yeah, they don't talk about it. They don't even think about that topic. Yeah, really? Well, that's a good point. I don't think about that topic either. I was just thinking I never would do that to my kid. And I think it's always been something that has come up, right? You're so right on that. I mean, the only reason I feel it's truth is because it would be very sick to talk about Sebastian that way. Well, I know Kiki, and the thing is that's I was wondering this whole time why he would think like that, right? Like, what made him think that? Because he obviously talked to her, so something that she said made him think that, and now he's saying, like, look, this is why. No, mm-mm. No, it's private. Exactly. That's a code. What the code word is not to be shared with a whole bunch of people or the scenario involving the code word. Even if that is. Oh, Seth, I'm so sorry. I am so. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Seth says, well, this is disgusting. Before anyone even asks me, no, Sebastian and I do not have any code word or anything of that sort. Yeah, Seth, I wish they wouldn't just, lump the three of you together still. And I really have to cite Chris for that because he always did that. Katie never did that where she'd be like, Seth, she would never say you too, but like many times Chris would. He'd be like, even Seth or Seth feels this way or whatever. Like he said it in many of the interviews and or podcasts that he's been on. And especially when they talk about you guys being cleared and stuff like that too. Yeah, it's a learned behavior. It's a learned behavior, Deborah. Yeah. Well, and that's what I'm most worried about here, thinking, oh my gosh, what if that was, and then she was okay with Francis, being around Sebastian. Peggy says no. That's a hard no for you guys, right? Like, that's a hard no for me too. You know, it really is. It's a hard no. That is so creepy, right? And Cajun, she's been talking. I mean, he has been talking about this for a while. Like, obviously, this is bugging him for him to come out and say something like, the reason why I said that. You know, Cajun says this is just so creepy to me. Imagine how embarrassing that would be to Sebastian. He was humiliated constantly in that home, in my opinion. Yeah, and Cajun, we were talking last night because Katie was just telling everybody how Sebastian, wasn't wearing deodorant properly and stuff like that. Like, why would you even say anything like that? It's a huge trigger warning. Nope, never ever. Why would you even talk about it? It's their private time. They're, I mean, my goodness, my goodness. Yeah, it just poor Sebastian. Poor Sebastian. All right. Hey, Gina, good to see you. Okay, so let's watch a little bit more.
Why I'm lying. Also, why I'm lying, described how she opened the door on her son and he was doing something I'm not going to explain. So she stood there and watched.
Oh, God.
But you know what? I'll keep shutting my mouth over here because I'm a fucking liar. Because I'm going insane, right? Because I'm going insane. Yeah. Yeah. I'm lying about all of that. Every bit of what I just said, I'm a fucking liar. Yeah. Yeah. Because you know that's normal, right? Right. Right. But I'm a liar, right? I wasn't.
I'm sorry, it's skipping, guys. I have no idea if that was mine or if it's his, but I think it might be what I was using. Oh, for the love of goodness, Pete. All right, hold on a second. Let me get it back to where we were. I need to start memorizing these timestamps for this. Well, and then also he ended up moving on to Kick, and so I had to go over to Kick in order to use it. So I apologize, but I'm going to get a video together about it so that way it's all in one spot, everything that was said. So again, that's a major trigger warning. Major trigger warning on that. I just I feel so bad for I feel so bad for Sebastian. Um, oh my goodness. All right. Oh, sorry. All right, sorry guys. Okay, I think I found about this spot. We might have to listen to it over again a little bit. I apologize. I don't think I'll do this method in the future. But yeah, it is humiliation. It's terrible. It is just terrible. Good morning, Gigi. Hey, Gigi, how are you? Oh my goodness.
Every bit of what I just said, I'm a fucking liar. Yeah. Yeah. Because you know that's normal, right? Right. Right. But I'm a liar, right? I wasn't forced into a situation to shut my mouth about that, right? No, I'm a liar. I'm a liar.
Woof.
And every one of you motherfucking creators who knew it, and y'all sat and let me take this shit. Fuck you.
Yikes.
And I dare you motherfuckers to come out on your goddamn platform and say you didn't know. I fucking dare you. But then again, Elevated Truth just has a nasty mind. Or maybe he's had to deal with certain things for a year and a motherfucking half while you cocksuckers
That's how long it's been.
have sat on here and took up for motherfuckers.
Sorry about the language.
I am the liar, motherfuckers. I'm the liar.
Hey, Jules.
And it would be a real motherfucking shame if it was caught on a phone call audio now, wouldn't it, motherfuckers? But I'm the liar. Let me remind
I don't think he's lying. I mean, that's just my
you
opinion.
of something. I have never had a conversation with the Proudfoots that have not been recorded. Do you
Cassie, it is so sad. He says he's never had a conversation with the
hear me,
Proudfoots
you sorry motherfuckers?
that has never been
Do
recorded.
you fucking hear me?
We hear you loud and clear.
I wasn't there to be friends with the Proudfoots. I was there to find out what happened to goddamn Sebastian.
Oh, don't GD Sebastian, though. This is Elevated Truth podcast. Brandy.
Don't
Okay.
try to shut me.
And I'm sorry it's skipping. I think it's
Yeah,
my
now.
thing.
Nah, motherfuckers. You spent the last 2.5 goddamn
See, I've been trying to say mother heifers lately, and I am not pausing it.
years shutting me up.
Skipping.
Yeah. That's why the attacks came on me, isn't it, Chris Proud?
No, he's saying that he's been attacked by Chris
Foot.
Proudfoot too.
Isn't it? Hey, Chris Proudfoot, when all this was coming out, why were you calling Queen Bee?
Uh-oh.
The day all this hit the internet, then I said I was going to tell it all.
I wish he would have.
Why did you call Queen Bee, Chris Proudfoot? Why was I on the phone with Queen Bee when
Whoa. Sorry, guys. This is really loud. I'm sorry.
you called him, you piece of shit?
I get passionate as well. Woo.
But I'm the fucking liar, you bastard. Now, go fucking ask your questions, motherfuckers. Because the one person who held the fucking
I do too, lover girl. I do too.
shit, you motherfucking bastards.
I mean, he's PO'd at them because of this. I think there's a lot more that they told him than this, guys. I hope
You
this
can
is the
all
worst
fuck yourselves.
of all of it.
You judgmental pieces of shit. Won't you
Thank you, Sharon Marlowe.
ask yourself why the other creators didn't come out and tell you that shit? And why I was fucking forced to keep my fucking mouth.
Whoa. All right. And Sharon, thank you. She says evil always eats from the inside out until it exposes itself. I'm sure many more will come out, or much. Sorry, I can't read today. Apparently, much more will come out. Guilt is a hard thing to hold in. God always wins. Yeah, Sharon, guilt. That is so well said too. I didn't say it as well as you did. I botched it, but guilt is a really hard thing to hold on to, and especially when you feel like you're the only one holding on to it, or you're the only one that thinks it should be exposed, and it's really tough. It's a tough thing to hold, and to carry, but it exposes itself and it comes out, and so whether we like it or not, it is, and it's a heavy burden, and I think that's what I'm seeing here. I mean, I watched it earlier, but I was also trying to capture a lot of it because, again, I find it to be really important. Everything else aside, I find it to be super important because they've talked to Chris and Katie, and this, in my opinion, is genuine emotion. I don't think he's, faking it or anything like that. I mean, and I also don't know this person. But yeah, God always wins. God always wins, and I mean, I just don't have any reason not to believe it with the way that Katie acts. Um, Seth says he could always email me if he has information that could lead me to finding Sebastian. Yeah, Seth, absolutely. I mean, you put your email out there so many times. It's really easy too. It's wearesebastiansarmy@gmail.com. Hey, Cassie Roku, good to see you. We all have to remember Elevated Truth has told us of his past and childhood, so I feel his awareness is heightened around certain people and words they choose. Yeah, Cassie, I agree with that. I think that's valid. And, I would never like devalue somebody's experience, right? Like if somebody tells me that they went through something like that, I would never be like, no, you didn't. I think that's the worst thing you could ever say to somebody that's had to, go through that. It's terrible. And yeah, I think I'm definitely picking up on that as well. So because I'm not as um, I don't know what he's been through. And I feel for anybody that has been through things like that, because I agree. It's like when you know that trauma, you recognize it, and it's just, it's those certain words, right? Those certain actions, even that are triggering, and that's something. When it's familiar, and it's like that uncanny familiar, it does eat at you. It does sit with you. It does, because then you start feeling, and especially because all of us have gotten into Sebastian's case because we're trying to find Sebastian, right? In theory, hopefully everybody has that mindset, you know? Yeah, Detroit, absolutely. And it's not about, if it's not about sides, then don't worry about what Chris and Katie are going to think, because they're becoming outnumbered. They're becoming outnumbered. Exactly, Jen. Expose it all, because the truth has to come out. The faster that people start the thing is there could be some small thing that is like minute to any of us if we just heard it, but there's something that maybe Elevated Truth knows, Clue or Cletus knows, Granny knows, that they've been told, and it could just be that one little thing that sparks interest in law enforcement because they know something and they haven't been able to put their finger on it or something like that. So it's really important to go in and tell what you know, because we don't know. Sometimes we could have the answer, and we don't know it, and maybe that's what's bugging him too. Kiki says anyone that's held this back needs, I'll just not say sickos, in my opinion. Well, I mean, and the thing is like, oh gosh, do you guys remember? I don't even remember exactly. I think it might have been, let's see. I started going live in December of 24. So would it have been January maybe, or December of 24? But that podcast where Chris was talking about his truck, right? And Elevated Truth was going to say something, and then everybody swooped up onto the panel. So, I mean, it could be even that much longer that things were, I don't know when this was said, right? And, I know. I have the man card in here as the custom emoji for the members, by the way, if you guys want to throw out the man cards. But well, because that's what started it, was that one, because Chris was talking about the man card and everything. And he does say that today. Um, I don't know. I don't know, because people are threatened by the prophets. I was talking about it, was it yesterday or the day before? On the live. So how many ways to say that what happens in the dark comes to light. It all comes out in the wash. Well, that's kind of what my title says, but a different way of saying it, right, Brandy? It does. It all comes out in the wash. You're right. Um, you know, yeah. I mean, I feel for somebody like that because it's a heavy burden to carry. I just hope that he does. I mean, I was just hoping he would keep talking. Tell us at least what you're thinking, what you're feeling, what you've talked to them about. Only Sebastian matters, Seth. And you know yeah, if something like that was said, it would be hard for me to carry too. So hey, Sea Mastiff. So it would just be really hard for me to carry. I wouldn't be able to keep it in. He may have been threatened with litigation, and the filing may have been too much for him to keep any more secrets. Yeah, I mean, I was wondering about the filing, and I did bring that up. I was like, I can't believe more people aren't coming out and at least saying, hey, this is what happened to Sebastian and poor Sebastian. Like, we need to find him. You know, no matter which way we look at it, he was reporting this abuse, and Chris Proudfoot should have been arrested, in my opinion, for that, and he hasn't been. You know, so um, yeah. Thank you, Rogue. Thank you. Yeah, and then Katie in the filing, it's cited that Katie didn't want Sebastian to talk anymore about the trauma in California. That breaks my heart. Like, is it because there was more going on? You know, it just makes me wonder. Hey Titch, good to see you. Truth is on another YouTube panel now with Clue in the chat. I wouldn't feel that sorry about him. That man is disgusting, and don't forget how they treated Seth and did the Proudfoot spitting for years. Oh yeah, I mean they do that. They do. They've all done that. They've all done it. Um, because a lot of people were thinking that they were just trying to get information out of them, but some of them were a lot more friendly and would definitely do things for them. Um, Titch, you don't have to tell me because personally, uh, elevated truth here. Um, sent money to continue my stalker, get him a lawyer after he lost to me in court. So believe me. But I'm still the type of person where I do struggle with forgiveness. I don't forget, but I also can look at things from different perspectives. And I try not to hold on to that anger, but believe me, I know what kind of person he is. But for this intents and purposes, I have to say that I'm glad that he's coming forward, and I hope that he does more to help people understand that it has to be about Sebastian and not about Chris and Katie, because Chris and Katie is lying, are lying to us, and they have lied. So I know that's a good I want to know what panel too. Thank you, Lover Girl, for asking. I want to know what panel. What's this panel that you speak of? So, you know. So, all right. So let's listen to a little bit more of this here. Hopefully, I don't click off the time stamp. Maybe if I just click this.
Shut by the use of my fucking identity. Now what? Now you want to know why I'm putting things together? Why I've been working for a year and a half to put shit together? Why everything I've ever got put together went directly to the investigators, but fuck each and every one of you. Ain't a goddamn one of y'all a fucking advocate. Y'all want to know some real truth? Fuck it. Why don't you ask Cluminati about how hard that bitch tried to fuck me? Ask her. Call me a liar. Call her a goddamn liar. In front of Chris on the phone trying to get all sexual with me. You want to know who else was on the fucking phone? Since I'm not throwing anybody under the bus and I'm a goddamn liar, that's right, Illuminati and Cletus. Now call me a motherfucker liar now. I've had it.
Okay, so I mean, I don't know what to say about that. Rogue, she says, ah, I know. I don't know what to say about that. He says that Katie was trying to get with him, trying to get freaky. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Is she? But in front of Chris, but then Chris is always looking at other girls, other ladies, right? And I mean, I swear I caught him staring at Holly Thompson's legs. I mean, Jen, trigger warning and a half, you know? Rod says, well. Oh my goodness. I think no, I think it pissed him off. I think, I think what he's trying to say. Well, he definitely said he took everything to law enforcement. Oh God, I'm just laughing because I'm embarrassed. Okay, but so, but apparently he's saying like Katie tried to get with him, and he's pissed off because all he's trying to do is help her find her missing son, and then Katie's coming on to her. Excuse me, Katie's coming on to him. Yeah. Yeah. NorCal. I heard, I'm like, wait, what? What? What in the world? So, um, yeah. Oh boy. I know. Mama Marissa, that's what I'm saying. And I'm sorry for Sebastian because, that's the thing. Why was he doing that? Why was he doing that? Why does she do that? Why do they do that? You know? Mentally fresh, it is awkward. It is very awkward. Yeah, it's I mean, it's like I can if that's the true frustration, I can understand that. I would feel the same way. I'd be like, I'm not this that's not what I'm not here for your entertainment. Just kidding. Gina says Cletus asked him why today. Oh, he did? Oh my god. Norkel says, I'm so sorry, Seth. This is awful. And apparently CP came into Granny's, no surprise in my opinion. Well, he was supposedly trying to get with Granny and Jay's for Justice and uh I don't know who else was mentioned in the mix, but he was trying to get freaky deaky with all of them. Yeah. Jen says, and Jay. Yeah, I mean, it's just, but look at him with Terry Lynn, right? Oh, we should have done this in person. Oh my gosh, no, thank you. When is Chris Proudfoot's thing gonna fall off? That's what I wonder. 'Cause he gets around. Um, what did CP say in Granny's? Lover Girl's gonna be. Or you guys can mention stuff in here. I don't care. That doesn't bother me. I don't know what the taboo is there. Maybe if someone explains it to me, I'll be like, no more mentioning creators. But I mean, I kind of half-ass get it. So found him in a chat. That's why couponings are super slim. She says she found him in a chat. Oh my goodness. Yes, he did. Why today? So, we were wondering that too. And on Jen's live, our beautiful Jules came up and she's like, hey, I had a conversation today, with the FBI and things like that. So today was a big day for truth. And I don't know. I really don't know. I think maybe it's just wearing on a person. It just wears on people. I mean, it would me. I would be, it would wear on me. It really would. I wouldn't be able to keep it going. Hey, Dr. Pepper Princess. Thank you so much for the jewels. You guys are awesome. I don't know what the jewels do or whatever, but they make me smile. So thank you. And I think it just keeps the channel going. engagement and stuff. You guys are awesome. Seems they are all mentally wrapped. Yeah, or mentally warped. Yeah. Well, it is. It's very warped way of thinking. I mean, I was driving home from the Pig Fest, and I had just met, Jen and Seth and Jeff and everybody, and it was just a really positive experience. I got a lot of great camera footage and just got a feel for the area where Sebastian went missing from, and that was what I listened to on the way home, and I was like, "What is going on?" Um, and I know that like Queen Bee was trying to blame it on Betty, but that's not it. I think he's been feeling this for a really long time and wanted to let it out. But then every time, like, people just start coming in and, into the chat and saying things, and then maybe he thinks twice about it. But he's pretty pissed off that Katie was trying to get in his pants.
I fucking had it.
Just had it.
All you motherfuckers are defending them.
They are. What about Sebastian?
And I didn't have a choice. And if you think this is all for show, fuck you.
I don't think it's for show. I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, this is my initial, but I don't think. I think he's being
Why do you
truthful.
think they're coming after me?
They're coming after him, he
Why do you
says.
think that Jay's coming after me? Why do you think nonsense is coming after me? Why do you think I've kept my mouth shut about Granny? Because Granny had a concern. That concern shouldn't have gone to anybody else. It should.
Again, I'm sorry for the splices in the audio. I'm not sure
Have
why.
been used as a weapon towards her. It shouldn't have been used towards a weapon towards me.
It should never be used as a weapon. Where is Sebastian? Where is Sebastian?
Why do you think I'm not talking bad about Granny?
Hmm.
Fuck y'all. Y'all don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And the whole time, I've known exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. And no, I am not blaming Clue and Cletus. I'm saying it because they know goddamn well it happened. And I know well enough that Cletus is not a liar and Clue is not a liar. And even though
Well, I mean,
I'm fucking angry, I will never betray my friends. And they didn't do anything wrong.
everybody needs
And
to
they're
come
still
out.
not doing anything wrong.
If you're
But y'all
holding,
wouldn't understand that.
see, but
But y'all,
I don't understand. I don't understand why anybody that would have information would keep it to themselves at this point. So Kylie Ray. I mean, I just if you know, just go and just say it. SI officer, I know it is like drama, right? Drama, drama, drama. But it's like, why don't you just say it? But I think it's just bugging the crap out of them. So, yeah, who cares? What about Sebastian? What about Sebastian? So, mm-mm-mm. Titch thinks it's a performance. He has done this umpteenth times. I've watched. Yeah, I watched him too do it a lot of times. The lawsuits are what he is scared of, and culpability. It's obvious. If they cared about Sebastian, they would talk and prioritize Sebastian, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I just he says that he went to law enforcement, right? But he wants to say it because everybody is supporting Chris and Katie still, even though, I mean, he doesn't mention the lawsuits or anything, but I'm sure people who read them and then knowing what they knew, but I just don't know why you would continue to bang the drum for him. But I don't know because like I said, I've watched the ones that pertain to Sebastian of his. I've watched not all of them, but I think a lot of them, that were up. Um, yeah, they've been duped by Chris and Katie, and I think he's PO'd. Why is Seth not told the truth by this man? Yeah, good question, Rodney. Yeah. Why the secrets and riddles? Seth is owed the truth. This peasant needs to be arrested. I don't understand why they won't talk to these people in person. Like, bring them in, and unless it's in Sebastian's file. But who did he call? I mean, it's so confusing. Hey, little brat. It's so confusing. Hmm. I wish the FBI would go talk to them. Yeah, he does do that. He does do it a lot. He's I can't know. I don't know if it's passion or what, because I don't really know his baseline. Um so thank you, Coffee Crime and Cats. It would bother me, sea mastiff. It would bug the crap out of me. So yeah, there's the man card. Thanks, sea mastiff. That's when this started, was the first time when he flew up on, that's when I made those custom emojis, because he flew up on um Truth's panel here. He was like, I mean, angry as hell because the geofencing was being questioned and his truck being in the area, and he was madder than a hornet. He just comes up there, guns ablazing. So, and I apologize again for the splices in this audio, guys.
Y'all think with your fucking pea little brains. Y'all think this has been easy for Clue and Cletus? Not knowing if that bitch killed her son or not?
Hmm.
Y'all don't understand shit. Y'all don't know a motherfucking word you're talking about. And you
Liberty says I'm
want to
not
know
buying it.
why? Because you've never gotten off your goddamn ass out of your motherfucking house, out of your air conditioner,
I've gotten out of my house.
or your heating, or your motherfucking nice, comfortable area to go out and do shit to look for Sebastian. You know who has? Clue, Cletus, myself. You know how you've never seen me out there?
I would do the same, sea massive.
Because I wasn't out there for you motherfuckers.
People should be out there looking for Sebastian. I agree.
Now,
It's not about any of us,
call me
Rod.
a motherfucking liar again.
Yeah, Rod, you are so right. You are so right. It's not about any of us, and that's what we should be doing. What we should be doing is still passing out flyers in the area. Really needs it to be in the area. People need to still know. People need to be aware that the police are doing nothing about Chris and Katie Proudfoot. They're dangerous, in my opinion. You know, they're dangerous, in my opinion. So, yeah, people absolutely need to know. Hey, girl, mom, too. Good to see you. Yeah, he's been holding it in, I think, too. I mean, just tell it now. But I know things have been, you know, I just feel like things have been weighing on him because he wanted to talk. around that time. Like I said, I think it was like December or January. Might have been early February um, of 25.
Over it. And if you think that even tips the goddamn iceberg, you've lost your fucking mind.
NorCal, that's a great point.
Now, you don't want to believe me? You want to call me a liar? Have at it. But my phone ain't going crazy right now for no reason. And I'm not even looking at it.
I wouldn't look at the phone. I would just talk. Don't look at the phone. I never look at my phone during lives. You guys know that. For those of you who try to text me during the live, you're like, look at your phone. I'm like, I don't look at my phone.
This isn't towards Clue. This isn't towards
NorCal says he's poking the hornet's nest.
Cletus. Not even a little bit. Because, see, I understand. Y'all don't understand, but I do.
Help us understand.
Why do you think that I've backed Cletus and Clue so much? You think it's because of her vile mouth from time to time? You think it's
I don't care why anybody backs anybody else.
because of her unfiltered personality? Or do you think it's about her die-hard mission to find out what happened to a little boy? No matter.
Okay. So this is when it goes unavailable, and I'm sitting here, okay, listening to it. Okay, yeah. And it goes unavailable for me because I was watching it and it went unavailable for me. But then I went over to what is it called? Kick. And let's see. I got a little bit more of it. So I apologize. And I think this is going to be better quality at least. So just bear with me while I look for the spot because it's all going to be different times. No. And I apologize if we have to listen to some of it over again. Okay, sorry. No. It's not this time. Okay. So I think I found the good spot. We might have to listen to it again. There's a little bit that might overlap or whatever. Yeah, Gina, I bet you he is big mad tonight. You know what? He needs to stay mad because he needs to start talking, I just don't understand why he can't tell the truth, and Katie too, to save their lives. They like to talk all of this stuff and say all these nasty things, but they can't tell the truth. My gosh.
Her son or not?
Okay.
Y'all don't understand shit. Y'all don't know a motherfucking word you're talking about. And you want to know why? Because you've never gotten off your goddamn ass out of your motherfucking house, out of your air conditioner or your heating or your motherfucking nice, comfortable area to go out and do shit to look for Sebastian. You know who has? Clue, Cletus, myself. You know how you've never seen me out there? Because I wasn't out there for you motherfuckers. Now, call me a motherfucking liar again. I'm over it. And if you think that even tips the goddamn iceberg, you've lost your fucking mind. Now, you don't want to believe me. You want to call me.
Sorry, guys. I thought this audio was better.
Have at it. But my phone ain't going crazy right now for no reason. And I'm not even looking at it.
Rosebud, you got it.
Don't get it twisted. This isn't towards Clue. This isn't towards Cletus. Not even a little bit. Because see, I understand. Y'all don't understand, but I do.
So I just get a little bit upset when people are like, you don't understand and I do. It's like, well, explain it to me, because here's the thing. I don't talk to Chris or Katie. So if you do, you can't call somebody else stupid if they don't know any better, right? Like if they don't know the information, you can't be like, you don't understand. Well, yeah, because I don't have the input to comprehend what we're talking about, right? And so it's a little frustrating, because Chris does that all the time. We've talked about that, how Chris Proudfoot will be like, when the truth comes out, you guys are going to be eating crow, and stuff like that. And it's like, well, you're the one that knows the truth, so why don't you just tell us, But it just will never happen. Desi says in this video, he talks about a trash can and the guy having a hard time putting the can in the trash truck, and something with a compactor. It's sad. It's a big trigger warning. It's sad. Hey, Desi. Yeah, so that does happen. I don't know if I caught that in this one, but I did pull up the Nancy Grace episode where Erin Cantrell, it tells Nancy Grace that the trash can was heavier that day. And I always thought, because Bobby the neighbor said they use an arm, and they don't use the guys, but he says a different story, that he said that he has seen the video where they were having no trouble at all with the other trash cans, but when it came to Chris and Katie's, they were having a lot of trouble with it. And when it was dumped, it was the machine was having a hard time lifting the trash bin and dumping it. But it still is kind of confusing to me, because if someone took the trash can out around 7 o'clock, after they got home from the Texas Roadhouse shortly after, then Katie had to have done something very quickly after they got home. Um, in my opinion. But yeah, I did pull that up for us to listen, to as well.
Why do you think that I've backed Cletus and Clue so much? You think it's because of her vile mouth from time to time? You think it's because of her unfiltered personality? Or do you think it's about her die-hard mission to find out what happened?
He says Clue has a diehard mission to find out what happened to Sebastian. Sorry about it skipping.
What? Because, she does this shit. In the memory of what her daughter went through. But some of you pea-minded motherfuckers aren't smart enough to understand that.
No, I do understand that, and
Now,
I'm not saying I don't know who he's calling a pea brain, but look, a lot of people that this is exactly what I was talking about because I was wondering why these other creators didn't. And I'm not going to say, well, I wonder why they didn't because of her trauma with her daughter. No, I would never say that. So, but either way, I was wondering the same thing. I just didn't come out and say it like that. But instead, I said, I wonder why no one is coming out and talking about what Sebastian went through, right? That's named in the filing that came from the CPS reports. I just figured maybe Chris and Katie obtained the reports and maybe they gave them to them already so they already knew about it and they didn't care. Like I didn't know what to think. That's why I'm like, why is no one coming out and talking about what Sebastian was going through? Um yeah, the compactor. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm not sure if I caught that part or not. um I mean, I thought that it was, well, like I said, the reason I believed Bobby because I didn't think that, like, I was like, why would she lie? But hey, Patty, I know they still hang out all the time. They're still buds, I guess. I don't know. So I don't know. We've kind of gone back and forth about that too. Was it heavier that day? Wasn't it? But Aaron Cantrell says that the guys, the trash men, trash people said that.
now you've seen me angry. Congratulations. Maybe this made your pussy wet nonsense.
Oh boy, I forgot to see. I
But
didn't
let me
edit.
also be clear.
Sorry,
This
nonsense.
isn't throwing Granny under the bus either.
Whoopsie daisy.
Could you imagine what fucked up position you would be in to be feeling like someone was being inappropriate
I
with
mean,
you, but not being able to say anything because the other side is suing you? Could you imagine what type of. And you know who knew this? You know who knew this?
hey, crazy bird.
Do you want to know why me and Clue and Cletus have rocked with Granny no matter what? Y'all can't stop to figure it out, can you?
He is married, Dr. Pepper Princess, as far as I know.
What did Jay and Nonsense do with that information?
Kylie, I need some
Used it
coffee.
to try to destroy her, control her. And ultimately make it where she either went against me and then I went against her and then we're both gone. Or everybody's on Granny's side already. The plan was to get rid of Clue. They couldn't. Then it was me because they found some
I don't know anything about like what he's talking about right now, getting rid of Clue or any of that stuff.
weaknesses. But their biggest weakness was underestimating me.
Aw, see, Mastiff, that's sweet of you. I
I'm
agree.
a real human.
Dr. Pepper
I'm
Princess, I
a real
agree.
person.
Broad, 1,000,000%. Oh, her channel, Kiki. Okay. I was like, what is he talking about? I mean, I don't fault anybody for going undercover, Christy. We just covered people that went undercover last night. It was the sting operation. Joni, I hope he talks. I hope he decides to talk. I really do. I hope he decides to talk.
Yeah. No, Queen Bee's not part of the fuck shit. But Queen Bee is also not stupid to shit that's going on.
No, I really don't think. I don't think that they are actually working with the police. I think they might have befriended Chris and Katie because I think they may have befriended Chris and Katie in order to get information. But no, I don't think that they're working with law enforcement. I really don't. I really, really don't. So, no, I know I do. See, Mastiff, I did. My coffee maker pooped out on me, but it was partly my fault because it kept flipping a breaker, and I should have probably figured out why it was doing that. So, but yes, I could really use a real cup. So, I'll get another one. I just haven't yet. So, um, that's right. Yeah, Joni, I'm right there with you. Pray that God will work on folks. You know what I mean? That they will turn their hearts, that they will decide to come forward. For real. And I mean, we just never know what is on people's hearts. We don't. We really never do. I'm just hoping that they decide to do the right thing. And when these filings came out, I was like, okay, maybe this will make people understand. Sebastian never deserved to be treated this way. It's so horrible. It really is horrible. I know. Mentally fresh, I know. I was like, oh my goodness. I was like, oh, out of coffee, it's like a five-alarm alert. It's a whole situation. Um, okay, so hopefully, I don't know why this is skipping and skipping, skipping.
And mind you, some of y'all are going to say, see, they were trying to protect him. No, no, see, that's where you got the game fucked up.
I don't understand what the game is though, because he says that's where got the game effed up. I'm like, but what's the game? What is the game?
I love how some of you motherfuckers are just coming in here no matter what. You need
Let me see if I could redo this. 3756. Give me 1 second because it's bugging me that
help,
it's
truth.
doing that. Give me 1 second. All right. Let me see. All right. Just bear with me, guys. I apologize. Let me get it reloaded here. And let me close out some windows. I had a heck of a lot of windows open, so that could be it too. All right. Let me see. All right. Okay, hold on a second. I got it. Okay. And let me share it up again. I apologize for that. I just wanted to see if that would help with the skipping situation. Okay.
And mind you, some of y'all are going to say, see, they were trying to protect them. No. No, see, that's where you got the game fucked up. I love how some of you motherfuckers are just coming in here no matter what. You need help, Truth. You're acting crazy. What the fuck? You really got information? You do? No help to the case. You're not law enforcement. Hmm. Maybe don't get in contact with parents of missing kids and you won't put any of this in these positions. Yeah. Yeah, let's give some highlight to it. Oh, it's not nowhere near. There you go. Jay's been in contact with Chris Proudfoot more than anybody else. Yeah. Why don't you stay out of missing children's cases? You're acting crazy. Leave Chris and Katie alone. What the fuck?
Sorry, guys. I thought it was going to
You
help
doing
us.
this for attention? Mind your business. In Sebastian's case, you're nobody but unhinged. Go get help. Look at you, are clueless. Hmm. Yeah, sounds about right. Clueless. Thank you for sharing. Hmm. They're going to rip truth apart tonight. What's any different than the last year and a half?
I think he's reading the chat, guys. I'm sorry about the skipping. I'll have a better version for us once I get all the pieces put together. A lot of people are thinking that he's maybe not all together, not not keeping it together type of a thing. Well, hello, Lauren from Facebook. Good to see you. Stand for what's right, even if you're standing alone, ET. That's right, exactly. I can't agree more with that. Thank you for being here. So yeah, I mean, I think that was a part of it in the beginning too, when he was about to come out with some bombshells before. Cinderella says, I don't think he's lying. Aw, thank you, Rodney. That's right. No stone unturned. Okay, his phone's going off again. Of course, you can kind of hear it. That's not my phone. It's going ding, ding, ding. That's right. Dr. Pepper Princess is all that matters is Sebastian.
No, Chris did not call me. Well, I don't know. Let's talk about Chris. Like I said, I stand on my own, motherfuckers. I don't need nobody to stand behind me. I don't need nobody to have my back. I will stand on my own on truth way more than 98% of you fucking cowards will do. While y'all call yourselves advocates and true crime. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, November 12th, Rosebud. Yeah. Yeah. Who knows who will be called as witnesses? I think that's a great point. Yeah, who's going to be subpoenaed in as a witness? Yeah. I mean, it's got to be devastating for people to think that. I mean, look, Chris can be very convincing, and also he gets upset when, you don't believe him. So he's convinced a lot of people.
November 16th, 11:35 p.m. Who was the other person other than Jay you had a conversation about that? Response. Who's this? Didn't have the number saved in my phone anymore. You know how that happens when you stop talking to people? Yeah. Is this not Steven? Interesting you use my name, though, Chris, instead of Truth. You ain't never called me by my first name before. That was the first thing that caught me off about this message, just so you know. Kind of like how my name's being used right now, Skylord. Oh, by the way, for anybody who didn't know, Skylord was one of Chris Proudfoot's alts. Have fun going through the comment sections with that one.
Wow, I had no idea about that. Just just to put it out there, if anybody was wondering, I did not know about that. But Sky Lord, huh? That's kind of strange, in my opinion.
But I'm a liar, right? Why do parents or step parents of a missing child need alts to be on YouTube? Hold on a second. I'm live, so before you say anything, no, I got you on speaker.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm live, so just so you know, I have you on speaker.
I just wanted to check on you. I'm worried about you.
Don't be worried about me. Be worried about the facts.
Okay.
Thank
If
you.
you need to talk to me, call me when you're done.
I appreciate it, but I'm good. I'm just okay. I got you. Appreciate you.
That was Chroma Chronicles.
Y'all ain't never been around somebody who's passionate before, have you? Y'all ain't never been around somebody who's just had a fucking enough before, have you? You know what I'm saying? Y'all just ain't never had someone in your life who just gets to the point where they're like, I don't give a fuck about your feelings. Truth is more important. Why is it that when someone's finally had a goddamn enough, they're going crazy? But the ones out here pushing the bullshit are the smart, intelligent ones. You have to ask yourself, for people who have represented me as a nobody on a nobody channel with no supporters, and I buy my own views, why the fuck are so many of them trying to shut me down and make me look like a crazy predator? Ask your fucking self that question. And I can tell you, when Jay turned on me was right after the conversation about what Katie talked about. Seems a little strange to me that all of a sudden they'd want me off the internet once I heard that. And for the record, when it was described, and I mean in disgusting detail. Hey, Chris, sue me if you want to if I'm lying. I bet you fucking won't. Bitch.
Damn.
I bet you fucking won't. Like I said, my attorney has everything I need in case y'all do some stupid shit. But I'm a liar, right? Go ask your favorite creator if I'm a liar. See what they say. Oh, but I don't know if y'all saw in the chat a few minutes ago. It was Cletus. And his exact words were, who's calling you a liar? Let that fucking sink in. But oh, I'm sure this is a deflection. Sure.
This was just today, Gigi. He just did this live today. I think he was on in the morning into like the evening or maybe the early afternoon to evening.
And no, it wasn't Clue and Cletus that forced me to be quiet. No. It was done in a much more subtle way, and not by them. Now I've got coffee the fuck everywhere because I lost my cool. I also broke my bong, which really sucks because I liked that bong. So if y'all would just give me 2 seconds because I can't do mess. It's really fucking with me. So I need to clean this up real quick.
Okay, so he's gonna clean up.
Give me a minute, I'd appreciate.
He's gonna clean up the coffee and the bong situation. They have a coffee cup that doubles as a bong, by the way. All right, hold on a second. I hope this little shit doesn't start skipping again. Okay. Let's see. He's not back yet. Okay, here he comes. Oh no, he's still cleaning. Okay. Oh, here it goes. I thought I skipped over it. I was doing my best with it, guys. I was like, oh gosh. New equipment, using new equipment. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So okay, so it was in the morning. Okay, thank you, C Mastiff. I wasn't sure. I was like, I don't know, but I know it was really long before because I was a little bit curious about the Stern stuff. Um, so I hopped over to listen a little bit what was going on. But then I left for a little while, and somebody said, "Oh boy, that now he's talking about Chris," and I'm like, "Uh oh." So I went
Hey,
back in.
Granny, I'm sorry for what I'm about to have to say.
Trigger warning, guys.
And to Granny's followers, I'm even more sorry for what I'm about to have to say. But I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. You know, there's a reason why me nor Granny have spoke about what our conversation was about. There's a reason why I told Granny that I would respect our conversation. There's a reason why Granny pulled her car over and vomited on the side of the road.
Oh my. And guys, I will say that I do remember him saying that. Well, I remember that Granny was sick over it. I remember when they brought this up. That was back in October, um, October of 25, when this was being brought up. And like I said, I was driving home from the Pig Fest, right? So I had just been in Tennessee, and I remember this distinctly because I thought, why would she get sick? Like this would have to be really, really bad, right? Um, yeah, they don't have the internal affairs like they should. They don't see people. They don't have people overseeing things. Exactly, Rosebud, or excuse me, exactly, Liberty.
Fuck. I really hope. Granny, if you're in here right now, for any reason, I don't care what anybody says. If you want me to shut up, and I mean this, really, really, no trying to silence me. If you want me to not talk, please jump up in my chat right now and say not right now. This is not throwing Granny under the bus, for the record. Nothing about this is throwing her under the bus. Not even a little bit. If anything, it clears her name even more. Vikes, thank you for the gifted subs. I'm sorry I'm not there with you to be able to just get all excited about it. Could you text her? No, I don't have Granny's number. No, I don't have the time to reach out. There's been plenty of time. There's been plenty of time. I gotta ask you a question this. Let me ask you this. What's more important? Is the truth more important to y'all right now, or creators? It's an honest question. What's more important? No, I'm not worried about the truth's more important, right? Okay. And if
Yes,
Granny
please.
didn't do anything wrong, then why is Granny going through what she's going through? Right? See, I think I know why Granny's going through what Granny's going through. Because Granny fucked up and told somebody what I told her. And unintentionally, when Granny told the person what I had told her, that person was directly connected to who it should have never gotten back to. Things starting to make sense to you guys now?
Yeah, it does make sense to me because I do remember this again, that um, other people knew this but weren't supposed to know it. and it kind of got out, right? And that's always a chance that you take if you tell somebody something and you say, please don't tell anybody, or hey, this is between you and I, because it always has, you always are taking a risk for it to get out, right? Like if you really truly don't want somebody to know something, you don't say anything at all, because it's like, even if you tell one person, that person could tell even one person, but that other person now could tell two or three people, or no people, or, you know, 0 to 20 people, who just depends on how much that person likes to gab, and so you just have to be so careful, because it could just come out. It doesn't matter. You could tell one person and that's it.
Some of y'all that hate me so bad, is it starting to make sense a little bit?
From what I know, it makes sense to me.
Once again, I'm sorry, Granny, because this isn't. It's about the truth. I've had such a hard time for the last 2 years and 3 months with some of the things that I've heard in private conversations. When I've told y'all in the past that I've lost sleep over this case, it wasn't things that I heard on YouTube. I lost sleep over things I heard in private conversations. I lost sleep because I couldn't talk freely. I lost sleep because I was forced to keep my mouth shut while being attacked. I lost sleep because I chose to protect a child who, with as much as respect as I can say, may not have deserved that respect. That is not an easy thing to say. I didn't see her answer. Did she answer? Where's she at? Granny, where you at? I don't care what anybody else is saying. I want to know what Granny said. Granny's on YouTube. Okay, wait. Granny, all I'm
Miss
saying
Randall.
is I'm forced in a situation to take up for you and put some shit out here that you and I both know was protected for a reason. But it's the main reason they're coming after you. And it's the main, no, I'm not giving Granny a link to come up here. This is me standing up here and talking. I will not allow anybody else to be drugged for what I'm doing right now.
Well, and I'm also glad that he decided to just go ahead and talk, because there's been other times, because, well, and I'm not saying anything about it. I'm just saying that it does distract the conversation when you add people to the panel, right? Unless that you want them to come up there, and then that's different. But I feel like every time he's tried to say something, people come up on the panel, then it gets back, excuse me, sidetracked, and that sort of thing. Hey, Ava, good to see you. Yeah, there has been a lot. There has been a lot, but I'm going to make a video afterwards, so that way, people can hear what has been said, about when, as it pertains to Sebastian's case. I'm not covering any of the stuff with that Stearns pen pal situation. I, you know, I wouldn't write to people in prison, but um, I don't know. I just wouldn't. So, Yeah, Sebastian did not deserve any of this. And I just think that people need to come clean. If they have information, come clean, talk about it to law enforcement first, always. But if you feel the need to share it with, especially because we have a responsibility as creators, a lot of us have to, share information that we don't always want to share, right? We have a lot of responsibility on our shoulders, when it comes to putting out information. And well, he's stalling. In my opinion, Kylie Ray, he is stalling. And I was like, come on, tell the truth, tell it, And so I was really, really hoping that he would, and that Granny would say, hey, do what you have to do, right? Because again, if he's saying it's bothering him and it's been bugging him and he wanted to come out with it, then let's hear what it is. Because at the end of the day, stop protecting Chris and Katie, I think, is the big thing for me. I mean, I'm not alluding no any, I'm not accusing, excuse me, of people like doing this. But if you are, if you feel like you have kept information and you feel like, you know you are protecting them, maybe at one point, it's never too late to just come out and say it, right? I mean, it is, we're all of us you know are on borrowed time, right? But come out and say it, right? Just do it, just please, um yeah, I will try to get it, see Mastiff, I will. Thank you so much. Yeah, because I mean, look, I think it's important, I think it's really, really important to get this information out there. And um I'll help. I'll be a vehicle, a vessel to help with that, And I'm not trying to fault anybody, right? I'm saying it's never too late to do the right thing. So I'm just praying that he will do the right thing. Sebastian needs to be found. We need to figure out where he is, right, or what happened to him. Um, Look, it's upsetting to all of us. It's upsetting to all of us, you know. So it's okay, truth, and that's okay too. You guys are entitled to your own opinions about things. You know what I'm saying? And I also, again, like if I'm covering something like this, believe me, I haven't fully processed it either. So it's a lot to unpack, and it's really, really sad for Sebastian. You know what I mean? It makes me, angry for him. It makes me heartbroken for him. I'm still taking it all in because I couldn't believe what I was hearing earlier, right? I couldn't process it through. Like, is he really saying that Katie said this or that or did this or that? Um, oh my, yeah.
Okay, this is not, I will be drugged for this. Not Granny, not Clue, not Cletus. I'll take it. But I need to make sure, not about your personal situation. And you know what I mean? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what I told you in that phone conversation. I want you to understand that I'm talking about that because I have no other choice. And I respect you enough to stop talking about it if it's going to hurt your case. Respectfully, I'm not going to give Granny or anybody else a link. As soon as they get up on this panel, okay, they are now put in the same boat as me. I will take this. I will take this heat. I'm good with it. I'm not letting it go on her. I just need to know if I'm good to talk or not. And I'm sorry for putting you on blast, but I really am trying to be respectful. And what I'm speaking about is what I told you, not necessarily the other way around, but what I told you, what made you sick, and why you had to go talk to somebody about it. It has to come out. Well, I've already said it, but I didn't say that.
Okay, guys, when people do this, and this is why I wanted, look, I'm not trying to, like, again, I'm not trying to be a jerk at all. Okay, when somebody puts their arms like this on the top of their head, like this is a comforting reaction, right? Like sometimes we have reactions that are like, when somebody crosses their arms, typically it's like defensive, right? This action that we're seeing here, in my opinion, could very well be that he's trying to self soothe, right? Because it is bothering him, in my opinion. It is bothering him. And you could just tell by the way his reaction is. Now, um, please don't get this. This is probably a horrible example. But when Chris Watts is sitting there and he realizes that there's tape of him, you know, carrying something out to his truck, he does the same motion where he's like putting his head, his hands on his head. And it's like a self soothing thing. So that's what I'm guessing. But you could tell that he's wanting to say it. So what he's saying here is that he already said it earlier. And that was that Katie had said those awful things about Sebastian, and they had some odd relationship habits, according to what was said to him by Katie. Like, he's taking what Katie has said to himself, right, to him, and he's upset about it. And he's saying that he needs to get it out because it's been bothering him, that just something is wrong, and that this is just the tip of the iceberg, and that there's a much more out there that is going on, that has gone on. And he can't believe that people are still supporting Chris and Katie, and so he wants to say what he knows. And he's having a hard time with it because it's really gross. And apparently, when Granny heard this, she puked because of how sickening this stuff is. But I think he's holding back. And I think that's why he's doing like a soothing thing, because he wants to say it, but it's hard for him to say it, in my opinion.
Brady says, I can't tell you what to say or what not. I never wanted any of the information either. Do what you have to if you feel it's going to help you. If you feel this passion is from Sebastian. Hmm. Yeah, right. I should probably think about her case. Not that I've already said that's what I was doing. You're right.
Okay, so it's not, in my opinion, about protecting Granny. And again, I don't know her. I've never associated with her. I've not talked about Granny a whole lot on this channel. Um, but I will say, it has to be about Sebastian first. And you know, I think it's tugging on his heartstrings. I do think that. And I'm not saying, again, all of my personal feelings aside, um, I know. Well, he already kind of did spill it. He already kind of did spill it. That's what it's pertaining to. Detroit. I know. I mean, I just think that he wimps out because he doesn't want the heat, maybe, or yeah, it's just, and I think really at the end of the day, it's like just say what needs to be said for Sebastian, because the thing is that the public pressure needs to be on Chris and Katie. We should not be at each other's throats. Like Truth should be able to do his show without me bothering with what he's doing and vice versa, right? But there's this turmoil, there's this pitting us against each other, and that's what Chris and Katie wanted. It's by design. They wanted us all to be at each other's throats to take the heat off of themselves, right? Because they're the ones that need to be answering questions, and don't get me wrong, I feel like, Seth should be answering questions as well, and he does answer questions. He's done open panels, and the thing with those is that we didn't discriminate on who was able to come through and ask questions, even if it was a troll, right? Because there were some troll questions in there, and I knew damn well it was one, right? But I still asked it anyway, because, and obviously it's not going to be a vulgar one, but it's one that people will ask, and that, really in theory there's nothing wrong with it, but you can tell they're trolling, you know. Gigi, it's just crazy. I don't know. He seems like a goody two shoes, but sometimes the people that are like the biggest goody two shoes are, the biggest freaks. They end up being a furry person, you know. So yeah, I just think, oh, and it's just got to be really tough, because it's just like, if I knew something that made me feel off about Seth and I didn't say something, I could understand that. I could totally understand that. But I just have to say, I've never felt like Seth was guilty of anything besides loving his son. And um, I've just never, I don't know. It's just always about Sebastian, I mean, so I don't know. I don't know exactly what he's going through, but I know how it feels when you know something and somebody tells you not to say something. It's never been something to this magnitude, but yeah. Well, I mean, here's the thing. I mean, Cassie, I'm frustrated with law enforcement, so I can understand that too. She says he may also be frustrated that LE has not done anything about it. Yeah, I mean, that is frustrating, right? And we know that Sheriff Craddock is too busy judging, I almost said cheer competition, a pep rally, than he is to find Sebastian. I mean, so yeah, if they're not following up on these things, and look, they should have gathered information and they didn't. They didn't want, I guess, it coming out. I guess they just took that chance. I mean, because that's what I feel like. I feel like that dirt, that I was wondering about them having on Craddock, is exactly that. Just the dirt that they all knew. They knew Chris and Katie's household, maybe not him directly, but within the first couple days, they should have known what was going on. And they didn't do anything. They just continued to cover it up for Chris and Katie. And I don't know what Chris and Katie have told law enforcement. Katie's willing to say any nasty sexual thing. And and that's another thing that I never understood from Sebastian's case in the beginning, is why is it always about sex? Why is it always like that? That's very unhealthy and off-putting. And I think that's what they're trying to do, is gross people out from looking for Sebastian. In the beginning, they were telling people if you knew Sebastian, you wouldn't look for him. Well, the only people that gross me out are Chris and Katie. And I think the focus needs to be back on them, because they're the ones that lost their kids. We didn't lose their kid. You know, nobody should be fighting amongst each other. We need to focus on them, and everybody unite and start telling law enforcement the information. If you told them already, tell them again. I mean, I'm about to do that too. Tell the FBI. The hate channels were more at each other's throats than the ones who want justice for Sebastian. It kind of backfired on them. Yeah, well, and I mean, look, it would suck if tomorrow I found out that, Seth was the mastermind behind this, but um, I don't think that's the case. I just think that there's so much evidence that Seth didn't have anything to do with it. Again, if he wouldn't have taken a polygraph on the national stage by an FBI agent, if he hadn't shown his time cards, I might not know. Um, Either way, but since he did that, I mean, I don't know what else that I would need from him other than, you know, um, I mean, I don't know what is he supposed to give us, a vial of blood or what? I mean, what else would make people believe what he's saying and that he was at work? Um, and he works extra long shifts. I mean, I think that was another big mistake. If Chris and Katie have involvement in that, in the fact that Sebastian's no longer here, we don't know where he is. I think that was a big mistake on their part too. Um, I mean, something happened, guys, and I really feel like the straw that broke the camel's back must have been something having to do with another CPS report that came in, maybe a more recent one. I don't know. I know that there's 5 total. We know about 2 of them more in depth than the other 2, and then the 5th one was because Sebastian went missing, and they opened it up again. And don't forget that they did the FAST 2.0 assessment on the family from March 1st of 2024 all the way through March 5th. And then 2 days later, they searched the landfill. Yeah, they're always blaming Sebastian. It's the blame Sebastian theory. And I've said that. Why is it always the blame Sebastian theory with them? Peter Hyatt said the same thing. He's like they victim blame Sebastian, you know? I mean, I think Sebastian could still be in one of these facilities, and we talked about it, but there's a lot of different scenarios, and theories that we can have. I like to go with the ones that are probable. Jen was saying I'm deducting, and I am. I'm just trying to figure out, let's take this off. What do we need to still keep on? That sort of thing. Because, let's face it, when Seth is shown a proof of life video for Sebastian, and the proof of life, right, is him leaving the Texas Roadhouse. That's not a good thing. Right. That means that we really don't know if he made it home or not. What's the evidence that Sebastian made it home? Because all we have is evidence of him leaving the Texas Roadhouse. And again, when his father Seth asked for proof of life, that's what they showed him leaving. Is that because the video was grainy? Yeah, maybe so. You can't really tell. But there could have been other reasons too.
You're right. The problem is, Mm. The problem is, all I have kept in my mind this whole time is Sebastian. Listen, it's real simple. What you've been told is a bunch of lies from both sides. Chris and Katie have lied to y'all continuously through Chris. Seth has lied to y'all continuously through his team. I'm sure I will now be sued by one of them.
Okay, so I don't know about the suing part, but I will tell you right now, I do not lie for Seth. I swear to God, if Seth asked me to lie for him, he knows. He already knows. He already knows, and vice versa, right? I mean, this is a thing that I can't stand is why are you putting Seth in the lump with Chris and Katie? And we talked about that last night when Chris would want to lump them all together. It's like, no, that's not fair to Seth because, again, he was at work, completely oblivious to what was happening, in my opinion. But there's also receipts to prove that. And if people don't want to take that as proof or evidence, then I don't know what else to give them because that's what we know. And that's what we can go off of. And I think we need to go off of that evidence. If tomorrow Chris Proudfoot produced receipts for his alibi, right? Or if they come out in this court case, then I will say, wow, Chris was really in Memphis, great. Or really in Mississippi at the RV park, great. But until then, he has never shown anything. Another example for Katie would be for her to come out with iWatch data and be like, in your face, bitches. And then I would be able to say nothing about it. I'd have to say, wow, looks like Katie really was asleep during this time of the night and from 12 to, or excuse me, what do they say, midnight to 6. Well, I'll be damned. She did go to bed at midnight and when, her light must have popped on at 3 a.m. I don't know how, right? I have to start considering everything then. But she has never come out with that. She's never proved anything. And she says, I don't have to prove anything to you. Okay, well, that's true too. That's fair enough. But I'd still like to see that if you have it, because that way we can start looking at other options. But that'll never happen. And Alicia Hot Wheels, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Thank you so much for buying a membership. That is so awesome. Thank you. Thank you. So, yes. And, I usually won't say that you have to rewind, but tonight, yeah, there's a lot. I mean, definitely watch the replay too, but I'm glad you're here. Because, yeah, it's been a lot of, bombshells have come out. So, um, yeah. Yeah, they've lied continuously. Yeah. They've lied, and I would like him to be specific, lover girl, because that's the thing. We've caught them in so many lies. We've caught them in so many lies. I did too, Bo. I cried. I got emotional. That's what I was saying in Jen's chat. I was like, oh my gosh, you guys, I got emotional. I mean, what has been said is it is so heartbreaking. I mean, and this is, someone who supported Chris and Katie but can't anymore, you know? Yeah, exactly. Ellie had committees with CPS about CP, yet he was there in every meeting with LE and they know more than Seth. Exactly. Well, and it's crazy how no one notified Seth. Not Katie, not Chris, nobody. The police, the social worker who had his contact information, nobody. I know everybody's not liking truth. CP wanted Sebastian out of the house, yes, and so he could have Kate. So he and Katie could have Faith for the summer. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is that I don't understand why they just didn't just wait. So something had to have happened to trigger this, like this urgency, because what I'm thinking is they closed out the two cases that we know about. And if they closed out the third CPS case, and then maybe opened a fourth one and then they had court, something had to give. And I don't know when the Title IV, I don't know why they left him in the household with the Title IV and didn't check to see with his father when they had his contact information, you know? No, Seth has never been lying. Seth, I mean, we will watch clips of Seth, and I critique him too. I'm sure he loves, sure he just loves that. But I do, and I'll like say what I'm thinking, right? And a lot of times I can go back just like I do in my head with Chris and Katie, and I can think of an interview that goes, again, either contradicts or is exactly the same. And Seth has been telling us the same thing from the beginning. He's not changed what he said. And that's another thing that pisses me off. Truth 911. It really does. It pisses me off because I'm like, Seth has told us all this. Like, I'm like, people need to start listening. I've told him that too before. I've said people need to start listening to you. And that's why I started playing his old Pascal interviews and the one with Justin, the Nick of Crime. Used to be Justin on TikTok. But because those were valid interviews and he told us a lot of information. And especially when we look back on these different podcasts that Seth has been on, different ones Chris and Katie have been on, and we re listen to them, we find different things because we know more information now. So yeah, Cassie, he was at work. I mean, that's what's horrible is he was at work, and and again, we know he was because he gave us the receipts for that. If Chris or Katie did that, I would have no choice but to say, okay, I understand why somebody would say that. That makes sense to me, So I don't know. So
I'm sure. But I've always said one motherfucking thing, no matter what any of you bastards have said about me. I started here for Sebastian. It's always been about Sebastian. Even while y'all have continued your motherfucking hate campaign. And it's no secret why. You want to know why Clue and Cletus don't get come after like that? You ever noticed why certain hate channels never post about Clue and Cletus? It's because the people that run those are in Clue and Cletus's camp. Clue and Cletus just don't know it. And unfortunately, because Clue's such a good soul, even if I showed her, she wouldn't believe it. I know who you are. See, when you started coming for my family, I took my legal options the way I should. That doesn't always mean suing. Sometimes that means gathering every bit of evidence you need. Sometimes you can get those things sealed so that none of you dirtbag YouTubers can find it. It's real strange to me. Y'all think y'all know everything, right? Y'all think y'all know everything. How many times did Chris and Katie get raided by the police, y'all? I bet you all know, since you know so much about the fucking case, right? Since all y'all know all the details, how many times did their house get raided? Motherfuckers. Once, twice, 0, 3, 4.
I don't know, but if he knows, why doesn't he tell us? Because I only know of the one time that their house got raided. I only know of one time.
But y'all sure do know everything, huh? Y'all sure do know truth's a liar, huh? Right. Oh, how many times did Seth's get raided?
0.
I bet y'all know that too, right?
To my knowledge,
I bet there's
0.
no video anywhere of Chris and Katie's house getting raided. Or is there?
I don't know. Is there?
Be real careful how you come after me. Be real careful how you come after me. Go to LE. Y'all think I haven't been in touch with LE this entire fucking time? Are you fucking crazy?
Okay, so it is getting, unhinged at times, right? But I'm like, yeah, I mean, as an officer, I just want to know. I'm like, tell us, right? I mean, if you know of more times, see, Chris told Nerdy Addict that it happened one time, and that was like a year after. So that's the one I know of. I don't know of any times that Seth has been raided. I
If I, it doesn't even matter. See, y'all think people get around parents to buddy up with them and be friends. Once again, I'm a survivor, and I have autism, and I see and I notice shit. Why wouldn't I want to get to know them? But see, here's what all of you creators out there and all of you fucking followers out there that are pushing all of this bullshit narrative. I didn't get in touch with Chris Proudfoot. Chris Proudfoot searched me down.
Okay, he's talking about Chris Proudfoot searched him down. So that's weird. That is weird. I'm sorry that happened to you. That's weird. If Chris Proudfoot was searching, I mean, in the beginning, you're trying to get a hold of me, like, oh, I'm gonna try to. That's weird. I just think that's weird. Uh, so Titch, so there's a difference between them going to Seth's house and looking for Sebastian on the first day that he's gone missing than to raid his house. So like when you get raided, you don't know that you're going to be raided, which the police come to your door. They knock it, down, right? Typically, not every time. If you're standing outside, obviously they don't have to do that. But yeah, because they have a search warrant for your house, right? When you get raided, there has to be a judge that signs off on the probable cause affidavit, and then the police go there and you are raided. So that's what he's talking about specifically. But I think that's a good statement though, because some people might be like, well, yeah, lady, he did. The police were at Seth's house, yes, looking in Sebastian's room, looking in his bedroom, and they did make a mess according to Seth. And but yeah, it's just different, like them showing up unexpectedly to raid his house. Like, I don't see why they would, unless they thought Sebastian was there, or they got a tip somehow that he was there, and they went there unexpectedly, raided his house, found out Sebastian wasn't there, obviously. And you know if that's how it went down, then I can see that. So um I don't know, maybe Crabtree did. Maybe that's what he means. Joni says, I thought Crabtree took him over to CP and introduced them. Maybe so. Maybe Chris and Crabtree knew each other first, and that's how they knew each other. I don't know.
Went through other creators to get a hold of me. And I've told you before why, but for those who are watching now, when I got on the phone call, my first question was, why do you want to talk to me? I was new to the fucking true crime scene. Why are you searching me down? And because I'm a liar, I'm sure you're going to say this is a lie, and that's okay. But word for word was, you know too much about this case that you shouldn't know. Call me a liar. That's exactly why Skolnick needed to go. No. No, I'm not going to put Granny through that. I've said enough for y'all to know without me needing to say anything else. If I have to spell it out any more than that, I don't know what to tell you. But for the record, in my opinion, everything that happened to Julie was because she turned on Chris. Someone in the chat, go ahead and tell me you don't believe that. I'll wait.
I don't know. I think he is smoking wacky tobacco. And oh, look at the dog. It's cute. Oh, okay. He's bit. Hold on. It's back. Aw, beautiful dog.
That's what I just picked up. There were two more pieces I just saw.
Justice for Noog. I know. I know. My heart is so worried for this young man. Oh, why? What in the hell? I mean, I can't believe half the shit that's happened today. Like I said, I'm still processing through it, really, and trying to think back what happened before.
Okay. Okay, that makes me feel better. Because like I said,
Yeah, he did. The bug.
My concern is the people that I truly think are good people.
Proudfoot went
So
after
now that I've
Skolnick.
read what I read, I'll say what I want to say.
No,
Not exactly sure how it happened.
he's talking about Julie Skolnick. He said that Chris Proudfoot got pissed off at her and went after her. So,
But it was either a chat or a live or something. And I couldn't tell you whose live or chat it was in. I simply don't remember, not because
yeah, Jules is the dog handler. Sorry, guys, it's
I
starting
don't
to
want to
skip
tell you.
again.
And I had made a comment about a comment that Chris had made. And once again, I don't remember if Granny was on the panel or if she was in the chat. But sorry, I got indigestion real bad right now. But somehow it came to a point with us messaging back and forth in the chat or whatever. It wasn't a private chat, it was a regular chat where she said, "Hey, can you give me a phone call?" And I said, "Well, I don't have your number, but we'll figure it out, whatever." I'm not sure who called who, I don't remember, but I know we ended up on the phone. My understanding was it was me and her. I still believe at the time it was me and her. I don't think anybody else was on the line. I don't think she recorded it. And even if she did record it, she would never want to put that conversation out. Because when I told you that we both left that conversation really not feeling well, there was no lie to that. During that conversation, Granny had expressed to me some uncomfortable interactions that had occurred between Chris and her. I don't know, it was on a phone call or a video chat. I don't know the type of communication. To the point where it had caused some serious concern for Granny. When Granny told me this, I felt like I needed to explain to her the way that Chris and Katie's marriage was set up based on what I had experienced. And so the conversation started. And Granny expressed some of the things that have been said. And I'm not going to repeat those. It's not my place to repeat those. But it was enough and it was concerning enough that it led me to the next conversation that I had spoken to nobody about other than the people who were on the phone call when it happened. I hadn't talked to my wife about it. I hadn't talked to anybody about it because right. That's I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I promise you I'm getting there, Granny. It's not just you, but I promise you I'm getting there. So multiple times with other people on the phone, the conversation from Chris and Katie would turn to a very sexually based conversation out of nowhere. Whether it was talking about Katie remembering what it was like to have sex with Seth, to randomly describing what having sex with Seth was like, to the things that her and Chris or her or Chris alone enjoyed sexually.
Okay. Why? And again, this is what I'm talking about with how strange this is, because it's just not been my experience. And why is it always coming down to knocking boots?
If any point I'm lying, anybody who may or may not have been involved in that conversation can say, truth, it didn't go that way. It went this way. It's been a little bit of time.
Mhm.
Katie began being extremely sexually flirtatious with me very quickly. Once again, observed and witnessed by other people. Katie tried to call me on multiple occasions from her phone alone, and I would not answer the call. I was never at any time on a phone call with Katie or Chris Proudfoot without either someone else on the phone or the phone call being recorded. Some of the things that Katie had said to me or expressed to me are some of the same things that had been said to Granny, which is why I believed Granny. Not some, every thing that was said or insinuated to Granny were the same things that I heard and insinuated towards myself.
And this is what he was talking about earlier. Holly says, I think it probably became awkward because they probably weren't talking about Sebastian at all. And it's like, exactly. And then if she's being extremely flirtatious with him, and he's like, hey, I have a wife and you have a husband. Well, my husband doesn't care. Okay, well, I still have a wife and your kid is missing and I'm here to help you find your kid. Like, that's very awkward, because he was saying earlier that he came on to do true crime, but then he found it to be really awkward how that was going on. Yeah, I put the little teapot. I put the teapot on the thumbnail. Good to see you, YouTuber. So it is crazy. It is crazy. And poor Seth, like, I feel bad because that's awkward. And I don't know. Well, I mean, I wouldn't blame Regina. I'd get mad too. I'd be like, "Why is this lady coming on to you?" And like that. It's a different kind of relationship. Like, there's a lot of people that are, I guess, what do you call polyamorous or something, which whatever. But yeah, that it's like, okay, but if somebody has a whole life and she's not okay with that, then you have to be respectful. You have to be respectful of that. So, I mean, she's Katie is really something else. She's definitely an undercover hoe, and she just does all her shit behind the scenes.
So as we were having this conversation, it started to get real. Things started to pop back and forth. Yeah, Granny never asked for this information or contacted me for this information. No, I hold responsibility for that. Okay. She wanted to talk to me about the situation with Chris and how to best handle it without having any bad view or bad news or bad coverage on Sebastian. She was trying to protect fucking Sebastian, not the parents. She did not want herself to become the story and take away from fucking Sebastian. How would you feel as a woman How would you feel as a woman if you were a creator covering a case? Things are being said to you. You feel uncomfortable. Who are you going to go to? Well, you know who she went to? As crazy as it is, as sick and demented as I am, she talked to me about it. And I appreciate her for doing that. It's the same reason why I have respected her this entire fucking deal while I have been fucking slammed for no reason whatsoever. And never once did I fucking throw Granny under the bus because she didn't deserve it. She's been going through enough. And what I'm about to tell you is a lot for anybody's soul, especially someone like Granny who has a soft soul and wears that shit on her fucking arm. I asked Granny, I said, Granny, I need to ask you something. I haven't talked to anybody about this. Here's your trigger warning. Here's your trigger warning. But Granny deserves to have her name cleared. Fuck me. Come at me. I'll deal with it. But I'm so fucking tired of seeing Granny get drugged. Why do you think we did the fundraiser the other day? Why do you think I was so goddamn pissed off during that thing? You think I was doing it for attention? No, because these cocksuckers were trying to dry her out, keep her from feeding her kids, keep her from taking her kids to be kids. Asking for receipts from a woman who, if you were a single mom, you have a hard time keeping up with your grocery receipt. And y'all want her to take her time to show y'all that she had to spend money that she should have never had to spend for shit she never did wrong. And you want to know why I think it was? Because Granny talked to me. I think Chris found out that Granny talked to me. They wanted Granny gone. They wanted me gone. And they wanted Clue gone. The three people that knew the most about Chris and Katie. And some of y'all are going to say, but it was the other side. And I'm here to tell you there's no real sides. There never has been. That's all been the deflection. And if you don't think I'm telling you the truth, you're crazy. The sides have been a distraction. How do three parents decide to send a child to a residential treatment facility, but then they hate themselves, hate each other 3 months later when he goes missing? Get the fuck out of here. Kiss my fucking ass. While we're talking about it, Chris and Katie, why did the lead detective walk down your driveway, come to the end of the driveway where the trash can was sitting that morning, kneel down next to where the trash can was, started touching the ground where the trash can was, and then ordered for forensic samples to be taken? Call me a liar. Why was it when the trash can came to pick your trash up that morning and the trash truck is coming down the street from about 7 houses up, so they do catch things on camera, just for the record. And we watched the two trash guys on the back of the truck jumping off, grabbing those trash cans with ease, picking them up, flipping them, throwing them up, throwing it on the little thing, da-da-da-da, nothing, quick as hell. Can you tell me why when they got to your trash can, the guy went to jerk it and it pulled him back? Can you tell me why we heard him drag the trash can until finally he was able to jerk it onto its back wheels? Can you tell me that why when it was put on the hydraulics on the back, you can hear the entire, which you haven't heard any other time in this video? Can you tell me why all of a sudden you hear the hydraulics shift down? Can you tell me what the loud thud was that we heard hit the inside of the trash can? Or can you tell me why when they hit the compactor button, not only did it go down one compression, not only did it gear down two compressions, but it squealed. It was so hard to push down. And Katie Proudfoot, when I asked you on the phone, what did you throw away that was so heavy? And your answer to me was, I don't know, I don't remember. But I'm sure.
Her answer was, I don't know. I don't remember. Okay, now I want to watch this brief clip with you guys about the landfill search from Nancy Grace. And apparently there is a video, there's a TikTok out there that has this footage, Rosebud. I'm working on getting it. I'm working on getting it. I never knew about it. Oh, sorry, I grabbed the wrong one. My bad. 1 minute. I just put the one back up that I was showing you guys before. Okay, so here we go. This is the Nancy Grace.
Guys, we were just showing you an aerial sketch of a landfill search. There's nothing good about that. Seth Rogers, why have you been told that authorities are searching a landfill?
They told me they just wanted to make sure that there was nothing there.
Aaron Cantrell joining me, News Channel 5 out of Nashville. Aaron, what can you tell me about this landfill search?
Yeah, Nancy. So they had got a tip that potentially from the garbage workers that maybe the trash may have been off a little bit. So just following up on that tip.
What do you mean by that? You can't just throw a grenade into my mind palace and expect me not to follow up. What do you?
Damn, Nancy. All right, and she also got onto Aaron Cantrell earlier because he said that Sebastian walked off with no shoes on. She's like, wouldn't you put shoes on? Oh Lord. Okay, so yeah, this was on Nancy Grace during the landfill search or shortly after.
You mean something was off?
Imagine being able to build an app with your.
Sorry guys, we got an ad. So yeah, something was off, right? Something was off.
So basically, the workers said they have the same garbage truck drivers that come to the house, and when they picked up the garbage can, it just felt more heavier than normal. So they just said that to the authorities. So just to follow up on that tip, they went out to the landfill to search because that's where the trash is taken. There in Sumner County, they take it out there to Kentucky. So just following up on that tip, that's what kind of led them out there because, we're used to our garbage, the same garbage truck workers coming out there. They know kind of how the trash usually feels every single day. So it felt a little off for them. So that's why they told that to the authorities. So that's kind of what led them to the landfill to start looking around.
Okay, do you guys remember that clip? Because I'll never forget that clip. And then Bobby, the neighbor, comes out and she's like, well, no, they use an arm. But then you guys were saying that there's ways that they can weigh the trash bin, right? And that sort of thing. But now what Truth is saying here about the hydraulics, and guys, that's not my forte, right? That's not my expertise. So I don't know, but it sounds to me that it was really, giving her hell, whatever was in the bin.
Seth Rogers, have you been asked to take a polygraph?
No,
Would you be willing to take a polygraph?
I volunteered.
I'm glad to hear that. You know why? I hold every parent to the gold standard. I don't know if you've ever heard of Mark Class. His daughter Polly was kidnapped from the home. She was horribly molested and murdered. When cops came to, he, like you, was separated or divorced from his wife and lived separately. You know what he said when they came at the door? He's like, take my fingerprints, search my home, search my car, search my office, do whatever you want, find my daughter.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to play that little piece also there because that's what any normal missing child's parent would want to do. And Chris and Katie have never done that. We watched Seth go through the ringer. He did the polygraph with Nancy Grace. You know who didn't? And said, name the time or place, ma'am. Chris Proudfoot. Seth has gone through this. Hey, Janine. Seth has gone through the ringer and he's still going through the ringer.
Sure, it was just a slip of the mind. But remember, elevated truth is an unhinged, mentally unstable, violent man.
Detroit, it is one that was on TikTok. It was a TikTok live or a TikTok video. So I'm gonna have to find it. We're working on finding it. Mind Palace, my Mind Palace. I like that one, Little Miss Sharon too. Oh my goodness. No, he never did. He never, well, I mean, he told Canine Captain Jules that he took a polygraph test and his was 13 effing questions and Katie only got 5 and all of that because I played that here. It's just amazing. Aw, thank you, Cassie Roku. Truth is unhinged, though. That's still accurate. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't watch him a whole lot ever. So, and he's very animated, from what I'm seeing here. Um, you know. Yeah, I mean that I just remember that clip in Aaron Cantrell saying, "Yeah, that's the tip that led to the landfill search." But I also just want to always remind people now that we know this, March 1st through 5th they were doing that family assessment. So,
You got to ask yourself, when I started talking about a truck, why did Chris Proudfoot come up so angry out of nowhere? Why did Chris Proudfoot try to call Queen Bee the day everything was being exposed 2 weeks ago? He didn't call me. I was the one talking about it. Now, let me say, I'm not saying that as though Queen Bee was into some shit. No. Because see, what he did is he would make a habit out of making you feel like you were the only one he was talking to. And he thought somehow we were stupid enough not to talk to each other.
yep. He's running and telling Queen Bee.
Is Queen your handler? Yeah, she is. Which is different than your dad, who was probably your peddler. Have a good day. I said peddler, not diddler. Don't come for me. You can do that for him.
No comment here.
Y'all push this. Y'all made this happen. You haters. You think you know everything, motherfuckers. Jonesing. Nonsense. J for J. And by the way, Jay, why don't you tell people what you really know? Why don't you tell people about your real relationship with Chris Proudfoot?
I want to know.
Or are you going to make somebody else tell that story?
Only she could tell that story.
Hey, Chris, that courthouse ain't very far from your house. Go file defamation charges. I'll be there with your recordings. And don't think for a second that I forgot that you told me, and I'm pretty sure that Clue and Cletus was on the phone when it happened, that you weren't worried about anybody fucking talking about anything you said, because accidents happen.
Whoa.
Right.
Whoa. Accidents happen.
Oh. And you know how you came out here and you said Sebastian never did anything to your daughter? Were you lying to the community, or were you lying to us?
What?
Just asking. Now, then again, based on what I know about you now, that could have just been a lie. So I won't put that on Sebastian. But don't you dare fucking say you didn't say it, bitch.
Damn, he said, and don't you dare say you didn't say it, bitch. Oh man, you're welcome, Detroit. Of course, I want to see that too. I had no idea that was out there. That's why TikTok drives me bonkers. I'm like, seriously, you guys need to leave that stuff up. What is? I mean, yeah, yeah. I know, SI officer. It's so weird because we've been talking about a lot of these subjects, and this is really tying into a lot of what we were talking about. I was even surprised for him to bring up the schools too. I was like, well, that's interesting, you know. So I hope this matters to Ellie too. I do too, Rosebud. Remember, she was putting the photo of the day with CP and Sebastian. Right, right. Yes. I know, justice for Nuke. That'll be the day. They really need to get people together and start questioning them and what they know about the case, in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, well, and Sebastian deserves so much better than this.
By the way, you know how to get on a panel. I'm right here. Maybe I should get a man card. Will that get you up here quicker? Because if you think you can come up here and talk your way out of this one, I promise it won't work this time. Because as soon as you do, I'm going to reach over to this phone and I'm going to pull these files up and I'm going to start hitting play. Stop fucking with people. Stop fucking with people's lives. And stop directing YouTubers to do your fucking dirty work. Capiche?
Oh man, this was my favorite part right there. If because I haven't watched the whole entire thing. I think I missed some of the live. Capiche? Capiche? Because, Chris Proudfoot has done all of those things. I didn't realize that he was doing those things to other people. I mean, I guess he would, right? That's what he does. He's a narcissist, in my opinion. Um, yeah, he did take it down. That's why it's so fragmented, Gigi, because because I was trying to get it, and I was like, oh, I don't know how to do a screen record thing. But the one thing that I will never do is twist up his live streams. Like, I'm just playing it. You know what I mean? And I will stop for fair use, and I will not twist his lives up because I do not do that. I'm going to have an opinion. And of course, some people might not like that opinion always, right? And I get that. Hi, Heather Marie. Good to see you. So, I mean, but yeah, I mean, I'm not going to twist his words or anything. And even when I do a video, um it won't be taken out of context completely or anything like that. So,
Bitch. Now, if Granny's attorney needs to get in touch with me for any evidence, Granny, please make sure and let me know. And I will.
okay, so that's interesting. He's gonna get, he'll put information out for Granny for the lawyer. Okay, so but yeah, I don't know why Kick doesn't keep the live streams up. I can never find them for anybody after they've done their live stream. You can't see them anymore, Janine. I don't think. So that's why I quick hurried up and got this one. This one is from Kick. The second part that we've been listening to is from Kick because I was recording it off of YouTube, but it wasn't gonna allow me to keep going. And usually I'll make a video out of it, right? Like I'll edit the video, and I keep it into the same context, but I just edit some things and transform it.
Will be more than glad to get in touch with your attorney for you and provide whatever he needs. Because see, until now, I haven't been able to say shit. I haven't been able to help anybody. I haven't been able to do shit. Because I was brainwashed into believing everything I was staying silent about was to protect Sebastian. And the truth of it is, no, it wasn't. No, I don't know if y'all did anything to Sebastian. My heart feels a certain way. My heart feels that Katie took his life, put him in that dumpster, that trash can. That's my belief. And I believe at the transfer center, it was pushed around a little too much. They just didn't find what they were looking for at the final place. Now I live every day hoping that he's somewhere and he's going to come back. But you also lied to us. Both of y'all did. That's right, Katie, you too. You told me, Clue, and Cletus that the dash cam in your car is activated by movement on the outside of the car, which is why we always stood on the belief nothing could have happened in that garage. But see, what happened was Chris got to talking a little bit too much on a video. And he said it only activates when you open the car.
Oof, right, Gina? Ouch.
Were your trash cans outside that night, or were they in the garage? Why did you lie to us? Why did you tell us that he couldn't have slept in the garage? Because if he had, the dash cam would have caught it. No, I'm not looking at the chat. I have no idea what y'all are saying. I want to know. And don't come out here calling me all these names and da-da-da-da-da. Just answer the questions. You have been responsible for causing a level of hell in my personal life that I can never start to talk about on the internet. You, Chris Proudfoot. Katie Proudfoot. And subsequently, in my opinion, you too, Seth. Sure do. It's funny, Katie, for you to hate somebody so much, you sure could recall having sex with him real well. You want to know what's weirder? Your old man was on the phone and didn't seem to care.
That is weird.
Kind of like the same way you were trying to get on me, and he was encouraging it. And then I would have to get off the phone and go with Clue and Cletus on the phone to my wife and explain to her what had just happened so that she was aware.
That sucks.
Once again, if I'm lying, call me a fucking liar.
Yeah, Rogan for no reason. No reason. They just lump him in. I don't think, to my knowledge, Seth doesn't talk to any of these guys, in my opinion.
Tuesday, November 11th. Well, maybe Julie should reflect on this shit, and now she might understand CP and KP feel with her bullshit videos and stuff she said about us. Fuck this bitch.
Dang.
My response, I don't know what the hell she's talking about right now. I'm lost. Chris, she's just doing this shit to get sympathy and bullshit. Listen, guess she doesn't like it when folks are talking about her husband and kids. Pot calling kettle black. LOL. Hey, all you motherfuckers who hated on Julie, I'd suggest y'all run to her and apologize to her.
Nothing, Rosebud. Not a darn thing, in my opinion. Sorry, guys. I think he is looking at his phone. Yeah, Sebastian Rogers deserves justice. I mean, a lot of this is drama. A lot of it is speaking to their character from his experience.
I'm going to give y'all a quick little guess. Who do you think this next little bit of conversation is about? It's a creator. Oh, y'all are so smart. Y'all are so fucking smart. This is where the game gets played. This is where the I don't like this person, I only like you happens. All right, so the last one I read you was November 11th. I don't hear from Chris again until Friday, February 6th. Go look through the live streams. This is going to make a lot of sense.
Okay, so he's saying that he hasn't talked to Chris in a long time, right? And then all of a sudden he gets a text from him.
Hey, man, this woman is batshit insane. She's so full of shit. I said, oh, you think? He says, so that message was at 10:28 p.m. I responded at 10:31 p.m. At 1:37 in the morning, he goes, oh my God, this shit is so funny. Oh my God, this shit is so funny. Do y'all remember what happened that night? Anybody remember? Dark Horse sound familiar? The cam slip?
I saw the cam slip for Dark Horse.
You know, the woman that came out of nowhere? From Colorado? You know the picture we've never seen? I'm about to fuck your head up. I'm about to fuck your head up. Where's Seth's California friends?
I agree, Holly. Yeah, and I think so, Rogue. I think it could be. I can't really. I'm still processing through. I'm not really even sure what happened.
No. I'm not talking about Taco. No. Seth's best friend. You know, the one that had just gotten out of jail the day or two before, or the week before, sorry, Sebastian went missing. You know, around the same time that alleged police phone call happened.
I agree, Jackie. Good to see you.
Oh, maybe I'm just insane. You know, the ones that moved here right down from Seth, And then right after Sebastian went missing, the son went to jail in Davidson County and the mom took off back to California. Yeah, allegedly. But they're worried about green hoodie person.
Okay, so I really don't know what he's talking about connections here. Like, I guess I suppose I know who he's talking about, but not what he's talking about. I don't understand what he thinks those people would have to do with Sebastian's disappearance because he does not elaborate on that. So, hey, Lily Polly, good to see you. Thank you so much, guys, for hitting the like button. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much.
Who led the search parties for Sebastian?
Seth. Aw, thank you for watching, Caddy G, and listening. Thank you so much.
Who gave the suspected route Sebastian went?
Aw, thank you, Rogue.
Who
Chris.
provided that information?
Chris Proudfoot. We just listened to that the other night.
How would he know? How would he know?
Yeah, but Joni, how would he get him? How would she have gotten access to Sebastian? Like, if Sebastian went missing from Seth's house, I could see getting down with that theory. I will say that, the police did such a shitty job here that nobody got checked out. And, Seth has complained about that too. He's like, if they didn't check out people on my side of things, how do I know they're checking out their side of things? And, they're not. Aw, that's awesome. Hey, Blue Love, good to see you. Welcome in, guys. So he is all over the place. He is all over the place. Truth 911. Yeah, for sure he is. Yeah, he's trying to get the answers. That's right, Rod. Exactly. He's trying to get those answers. So, oh, Jackie, it is so sick. It is. It's stomach turning.
There's an old saying, you keep your friends close, you keep your enemies closer, right?
I've heard about it.
Y'all familiar with that saying?
I'm familiar. Okay.
Yeah.
I know how did they how'd they do it? That's what I'm wondering. How did they do it if it was her? I mean,
That's all.
does she know Katie? No. Yes, he did, Rod.
I was going to spend this time exposing UA. No reason. It don't matter. Because see, people get away with things. People get away with whatever they want. So if I would drive by someone's alleged home and then tell their friend that you tell truth, he better stop or shut up because I'm 10 minutes from his house and I'll come over there and pop him in his head. Would that be okay?
Absolutely not. Nobody should go by anybody's house or pop anybody in the head like little bunny foo foo. Hey, Sally.
So why is it okay for someone like UA to admit to driving past my house, knowing where I live, saying that her friend lives right down the street from me, showed a picture of the house, And then did y'all know, funny enough, on that exact same day, my neighbor's house did this on purpose. They posted my neighbor's house so they could say, oh, we didn't dox them. It was the next door neighbor. But they did it so I would know what house it was. But if you don't put the actual house, then it's not a dox. So you put the neighbor's house. And then you get them to admit, that's not my house, that's my neighbor's house. And then you just doxed yourself. Y'all think people are stupid.
Guys, that's really creepy, and nobody should do that to each other, you know? I mean, come on. There's a lot of whack jobs out there. Nobody needs to know where people live and all of that. Come on.
This goes for anybody. Go ahead and come to my house if you want to. Just do me a favor before you come. Put yourself a new pair of underwear on. There ain't a funeral director in this world that wants to smell your shit. UA talks to Chris. UA talks to fucking the fucking, never mind. That's a whole nother route of fucking shit. Y'all been lied to about that too. Fuck, let's just talk about the lies. Y'all been lied to about what happened with the fucking PI and whether the Proudfoots paid him or not. How about that? Why don't y'all ask me how I know? I'm throwing myself all under the bus today. And I don't even care. Because I was new to the community and I have a heart. Thank you, Cajun73. How do you know, sir? Because I am the one who contacted SF and offered to pay the entire bill for the Proudfoots to be able to have a PI to find Sebastian. That's how I know. That's how I know. And do you know what happened to that request? To pay for everything, transportation, search parties, all the above. Do you know what answer I got? They're not interested in you doing that. If you don't believe me, I'm sure you can watch the chat. You'll get an answer from someone you trust. But I'm a piece of shit, right? This was early on. I'm talking about early on. When Chris had talked to us about how broke they were, how they were going to lose everything. They couldn't afford to search for Sebastian. This isn't a pat on my back. I was willing to cash in savings, and a lot of it, most of it, if it meant finding Sebastian. So when I say I came here to find Sebastian, I wasn't fucking lying. But no, it was turned down. And then 3 weeks later, SF was their private investigator. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm going to use some assumption here, not facts. The only way you can get information from a client and still be able to use it against them is if you don't receive financial anything from it. And if you notice, the contract that was between them was between SF and Sebastian, not the Proudfeets. I have a question. How can you have a contract with someone who never signed the contract and is missing? And to be honest with you, when I talked to Fisher about this, Fisher actually said to me, he goes, man, if I can get them to do this, if I can get them to agree with it, I'll just charge you airfare and room and board. We'll figure everything else out. That's what Fisher said to me. He didn't tell me, hey, I need $20,000 down and $10,000 every time I do something. No, sir, that's not what he said. He said, I tell you what, if we can figure this out, all I need is the transportation and housing paid for. He said, I'll cover the rest. And then he got denied. Why? Why? So when people talk shit about Steve Fisher, that's why I don't sit and talk shit about Steve Fisher. Because he's good at what he does. He's found a lot of people. And I'm
Well, he needs to find Sebastian. I don't care who finds Sebastian, just find him. Rodney says, what sick game are they playing? Where is Sebastian, right? Just, I mean, the big problem too is if you told Sumner County sheriffs or TBI, which is my best guess maybe of who they told. I'm not sure if they told the FBI. You know, that could be a major problem because it seems like they don't want Sebastian's case to be solved. Ugh.
pretty sure, and I haven't spoken to him since, not even once, that as a businessman, when someone's offering to pay full price and the potential client says, no, thank you, that's got to be a red flag.
I agree. No, I don't like SF at all, YouTuber. Oh gosh, no. Mm-mm.
God.
He's caused a lot of issues in many other
turn
cases.
My world upside down because of this today. They are going to turn my world upside down.
Sure is, SA officer. Sure is.
Listen, my frustration with UA is a personal frustration with UA. My frustration with UA has nothing to do with the case, has nothing to do with Sebastian. That's why I said, all right, I'm just going to leave her out of this, because without fail, some of these motherfuckers are going to try to put the two of them together, and they're nowhere near the same. My issue is separate with her and has nothing to do with Sebastian's case. I cannot be any more clear than that. My disagreement with UA has nothing to do with Sebastian's case. Literally nothing.
So he's talking about UA Crimson Tide, and she is one that does hang out with, I guess. I don't know if they hang out. But her and SF are definitely, they worked together on Sebastian's case in different ways, in my opinion. But UA Crimson Tide is her name, and she is, I think, a TikToker. I think she does have a YouTube channel, but she's been on a lot of different panels. Little Miss Sharon says she's a dingbat. I'd have to agree. Although one night she did come in here and have a conversation, and it wasn't it was not a bad conversation. I don't think she's a horrible person or anything like that. I just think she's definitely fighting for, she's fighting hard to keep that narrative out there for SF, Chris Proudfoot, she does she does their bidding. She really does.
That part, Granny. That fucking part. It's always a demand by Petty that she gets information. Why is that, Petty? Why is it that you think that you deserve that? And UA thinks that she deserves that. UA threw a fucking fit that I came on and talked about what I did the other day without letting her know first. Who the fuck are you?
I will say I did see Petty in the chat and I took some screenshots of what she said. She was really pissed off, right? She was upset. She was like, how could people keep this, under wraps and stuff? Because here's the thing that is tough when people don't come out right away, then people are like, why didn't you say something before? And in my opinion, that's the general gist of what she was saying. But he's talking to her like that because she's in the chat right now and saying, I think, stuff, something to the effect of, without looking at the screenshots, like, this is some bullshit. Where's Sebastian? And I agree with her.
Karma Sue, listen, I'd suggest you don't come in here and ask me any questions after what we read today with your mouth in the chat. I'd suggest you just get the fuck out of my chat. I don't owe you a motherfucking word. So you think I'm going to answer a question for you, bitch? You've lost your motherfucking mind. We just went over your comments in here. You could find the door and let it hit you with a good Lord split you.
Well, she just was.
Y'all, that's petty, for the love of Christ. What are y'all tripping on?
Hey, KCG, good to see you.
I don't know how else to put it. That is absolutely petty. If it wasn't petty, let me check real quick, but I'm 99.9% sure that that's petty. And even though me and Petty have issues right now, it ain't got nothing to do with this case either. So let's don't go putting Petty in the middle of shit. My issue with Petty is her fucking control. That's it. It ain't got nothing to do with a case or nothing else. Oh, well, that's a whole lot of assumption, Charming, or Chasing. Don't you think you could ask me instead of tell my chat what you think? Because, I mean, it seems interesting that out of everything I've said, you want to reinsure that nothing I'm saying is fact. And you don't know that to be true. So please, respectfully, shut the fuck up. Oh, okay. Well, then my apologies. Let me stop because I said shut the fuck up and it wasn't necessary.
Oh,
My
boy.
apologies. I did not see what you put above. So you're right. You are absolutely right. My apologies. I did not see what you put above. No, I got you. I got you. I got you. I see 100% Charming or Chasing. My apologies. You are absolutely right. I did not read above that. I just caught your message. You're right.
I think she's just a subscriber. So he's having issues with people in the chat. One of the ladies, Petty, was in the chat and she was talking about how it's bullshit. And, I mean, it is. It's like, I mean, again, if he says that he turned it into law enforcement, I think it's more of that he's wanting the public to be aware of what's happening. That's my best guess, Again, I really don't follow him except for when he talks about Sebastian because I know that he has talked with Chris and Katie before,
I'll give you that.
Oh, and also Scranton was asking how far are we into it. So I have like maybe 12 minutes left, 13 minutes left of what I captured, but I'm gonna make a video of it too and kind of transform it a little bit. That way, if there's any creators that didn't catch it, or anybody that didn't get it, um, you know, that way they do. So, um, yeah, chase. Yeah, I like chasing. I mean, I've watched chasing before, and so, um, yeah, but he's going after chasing for a comment that she made, and he misinterpreted it, or misread the comment. So
Don't bring Granny into truth speculations. Christine, fuck you.
whoa, okay, sorry guys.
Fuck you. There ain't no goddamn speculations, bitch. What the fuck?
I can't help but think that Chris Proudfoot met his match here, though. I don't know if anybody else is getting that vibe. You're welcome, Gigi. I was hoping to get the whole thing, but I think there's some parts where they don't talk about Sebastian a little, or he's not talking about Sebastian in some of the parts. Um,
Yeah, it's fuck all of us. Poor Sebastian. It's not like some of us have actually been living trying to figure it out, Petty. But yeah, you act like you do everything. Hail to Petty. If you don't tell Petty shit, then it's fuck you. If you don't agree with Petty, then it's fuck you. Well, Petty, how about it's fuck you? Like, goddamn, you are nobody special. Stop acting like you're the queen of the fucking castle. She has a page. God damn. Like, shit. You're making yourself look like a fucking moron for no reason. Fuck you. Da, 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 da. What, because people are telling you to chill the fuck out? The same way we do in Discord, and then you delete messages or you fucking hide them? I haven't been talking to Clue about your ass for a year and a half. You better be goddamn glad she trusts you, because I don't. And neither did 90% of the fucking people in that goddamn chat. But
okay.
they don't have the balls to tell you. So here, publicly, that's how they feel.
Yeah, Gigi.
God damn, you just keep pushing.
Okay, I didn't know how long he was going to go off, but yeah, I mean, I don't know.
It's amazing to me how you and Crimson all of a sudden become the stupidest, can't understand words, don't understand what anybody means. Everything's confusing to you when you get fucking called out. Every motherfucking time. Go look at the Discord. Every fucking time. Well, what do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. You're not making any sense. Everybody's gone to Clue about you and fucking UA. No, I mean you and fucking well, yeah, you and UA, but specifically you. Because every time someone says something, you come in and try to shut them down. And isn't it funny, Petty? It's anytime they're talking about either nonsense or J for J. You know, where your boyfriend hangs out. You can miss us with the bullshit.
I have no idea what he's talking about right now. Like, legitimately. I don't mean to sound like the people that he's talking about, but I really don't know what he's talking about because I'm not in the Discord. I'm barely in my own Discord.
I'm over y'all shit, man. You two-faced motherfuckers. Y'all want to call me a liar, and I've been one of the only motherfuckers to keep it real the entire goddamn time. And there ain't one fucking creator on this motherfucker, other than Clue, that would take the shit that I've taken because of the information we were told and respected Sebastian enough to keep it off the goddamn internet. And you motherfuckers are supporting a bitch that wants to finger fucking play on a goddamn computer with a fucking pedophile.
Okay, so I think he's back to talking about allegedly speculating, the other creator that he was talking about earlier in his live. But anyway, So I just have to say that I don't know what they were told. It sounds like they have a lot of information. And, I've said that for a very long time. I'm not, it's nothing new, but I don't know why they just don't come forward with it. Obviously, it's going to be really bad. We know that already. Before we found out was part of what was in the CPS reports, Seth told us if we knew what was in them or read the notes from the counselor, we wouldn't be able to sleep. We'd be having nightmares. So, they probably know a lot, guys. And that's the stuff that was reported to CPS that Seth knows. They're the ones that know what happened in their own household, and they're the ones that are telling people and acting out in these ways that they are. And I will say that he has tried to come out several times about stuff, but I also agree with Petty. So I'm kind of, 50-50 here, just the outsider looking in. Um, you know, I think they're both right in some ways. I wish they would come
And no,
forward.
Queen or Clue is not going to agree with what I just said about them two, and I don't give a flying fuck.
Whoa.
You're in my chat acting a fucking donkey. I'll say whatever the fuck I want to. If you don't like it, leave.
Sorry, guys. I'm not sure how much more of this is about Sebastian or not. I did not get to watch this.
If you don't like that, leave Clue's Discord and watch how much less shit gets out to the other side. My opinion, of course.
See, there shouldn't be sides, but there are. No matter.
I told y'all, stop fucking with me. I gave warning after warning after warning. Leave me the fuck alone. I told y'all I got receipts for days. But y'all just kept on and kept on and kept on and kept on and kept on. Bringing my wife into shit. Trolling, talking about meeting in front of my wife's work.
Oh my gosh.
Going after my family. Doxing us on vacation. In another goddamn country. Where I don't have the same American protective rights as I do in America. But I'm the crazy one. Fucking pussies. Surprised my fucking YouTube's still up, by God.
Oh,
I thought they'd have taken that bitch down a long time ago.
This is where it came off of YouTube.
Anyway, on that note and on that thought, I'm going to finish this conversation over on Kick. You don't have to come over here. You ain't got to follow. You ain't got to subscribe. You ain't got to do none of that. This is where we'll be. If you want to find us, come find us. Rooster Squad, mad love to you. Thank you for always holding me down no matter what the fuck anybody said. I'm not talking to my Kick people. Y'all hold on. My YouTube folks, the ones who haven't made it over here, the ones who like where they're at, but they still support me. And
I don't know how much I got after this.
Thank you so fucking much. And to the ones that I've seen in the comments playing both sides, fuck you, fuck your DNA, and I hope you all have fucking scabies the rest of your night. We're going over to Kick. I'll see y'all later. And remember, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers from Hendersonville, Tennessee is still missing. He disappeared between the 25th and the 26th of February between 12 p.m. and 6 a.m. If you have any information to the whereabouts of where Sebastian is or anybody involved with the missing, disappearance, kidnapping, and or other when it comes to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, please don't use any tip line. Call the fucking Sumner County Sheriff's Department or the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations.
Okay, so I think there's our answer of where he probably told, he probably turned the information in, if he did, was to one of them and not the FBI. So I think the FBI maybe would be a good place to say it, especially if he's frustrated that nobody's listening.
Do not call the family. Do not call the parents. Because remember, they let us all know. If we see Sebastian, don't approach him. Lock ourselves inside and quickly call the police.
Wait, what?
Because that sounds like a everyday kind of kid, right?
What?
Yeah, I'm sorry that all this has happened, and I'm aware of what's probably coming my way. It's all right, though.
I
You
skipped
stand for
that
something
part.
or you die for nothing,
I skipped that part,
and I'll always
Janine.
stand on my morals.
Yeah, I didn't know they were in another country and they were taking. I guess somebody took pictures of them while they were in another country or something. I don't know. Or told people where they were or something. I have no idea. The Batman, Batman's hotline. Oh no.
I don't know. No relief felt at all. None.
Okay, guys. So that was all I had because the connection was lost, and I was like, oh. So I'm working on seeing if there was more that was said, but I do think that we got, excuse me, the bulk of it tonight. I think we got the bulk of it about, the things that were said with Katie and that sort of thing. I'm gonna see if I can't clean up the audio and everything tonight. And also I had someone that was so kind as to send me some screen recordings. So whatever's better, I will put a video together. That way people can use it if they'd like to review too. And I won't make you guys watch like the extras. I know we had to watch the extras tonight. I like to put in the transitions a lot of the times. I don't know if I'll get to put them in every time, but typically, if you see a transition, that means that I skipped ahead in the video, in the live. And all the time, I'll usually say, if you want to watch the whole episode, go over to whoever's channel it is that we're reviewing and transforming. But I can't do that in this case. I don't know. I'm just praying that people have clarity. I'm praying that people will continue to look for Sebastian. It doesn't matter to me who finds him, just that we find him. And I know his dad is looking for him. And I think it's going to continue to come out just the horrible things that Katie and Chris have done. So yeah, I'm gonna go over to Kick and see if I can't see, what's been shaken over there, what's been said, as well too. So I'm gonna hop off here so I could do that for you guys. I'm also gonna look for that trash video because he seemed very adamant about that. Now, of course, we can all, take a look at this and make our minds up. That's why I like to show it to you guys in context. Thanks, Jackie T. Thank you, Jenny. Cassie, yeah, absolutely, guys. And that's the thing. I mean, we just have to work together to find Sebastian, and all of the information put together will help find him. I believe that. So let's just pray that that happens, and keep our eyes peeled. So, that's awesome, Bo. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much again. And let's just keep, like I said, praying. keep sharing Sebastian's flyer. Keep his name out there. Thank you, little Miss Sharon. Thank you guys all so much for being here. And I will see you all